not sure where people are at the moment, but we should be starting soon. Play a bit of Rocket League until people show up. Couple of minutes before 8. Oh, that is loud. See the... Oh, I can't see the volume, can I? That might be a bit better. Oh, no. What's that? Well, updatable business. Alright. Oh, fucking hell, I got the phone. There we go. Oh dear. Especially the pop up bar. Oh, wish I had another tree. Oh shit, tickets. Never mind. This will be joined by Oscar or Ozzy and Ozzy and Quill in a bit. Play a bit of this. Oh damn. And turn up. If you're watching Ozzy, I'm in the Alright, well, that one's not going very well. Whew. How everyone doing this Friday? Oh, is it the same? No, it's not. Well, see you later. Which of my challenges do we do? Done all them. Done all them. Practices 2. Oh, switch. That's ninja. Let's do some drop shot. Drop shot's always good. See if we can get to diamonds. Oh wait, you're in diamonds. Champions. Oh. Hello. Oh mate.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, good. I'm actually in the middle of a game right now.
Yeah, what are you playing?
Playing a bit of Warcraft.
I'm playing the COD.
Playing COD?
Yeah, unfortunately I've got that.
Oh yeah. I never really kind of got into it. I played Warzone a little bit.
Well, the first time the COD I played was like Modern Warfare 2.
Oh yeah?
Like on PlayStation or something years ago. I got really and like just noticed how addictive it was.
Oh yeah.
And like, so I kind of never really got into one again because I just knew I'd like waste my time getting into it too much, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yep.
Like,
Sounds about right.
like it's just too good. Like it's just really refined, and they have it's really addictive, basically.
Yeah. Well, I might join you because there's a new one coming out in there.
Yeah, there is. There's the Black Ops one.
Yeah.
So I bought the kind of Modern Warfare thing, and yeah, I've definitely got my money's worth. But yeah, I kind of it is so addictive. It's like a Hollywood film. It's just so well produced.
Is it?
That
Nice.
you can't not get into it.
Yeah. I just bought Red Dead Redemption 2, which I'm
Oh, nice.
which I just started. Yeah. It seems
Yeah,
pretty good,
I got that. I got that on Xbox Game Pass. I haven't really got into it. I prefer to play it on PC.
Oh yeah. I mean,
but I'm getting a new computer, so
oh yeah, cool.
next week I've been me and Danny.
You gonna go through 3080 or some shit, or
Yeah.
you are? All right.
Yeah. They're all.
That's like the grand one.
Huh?
The 3080 is the grand one. Oh, that's 3090, isn't it?
Yeah, they are expensive, but because we've got kind of work doing that kind of shit, it makes sense. But
Cool. Yeah.
3090 is a little bit too much, but
Yeah.
I'll say a little bit too much.
I think I'm gonna probably go for the Cyberpunk, which is the main reason why I wanted to upgrade my graphics card.
What have you got?
I've got a 1050 Ti.
Yeah,
which
okay.
is still.
It probably could do with an upgrade for Cyberpunk.
Yeah. I mean,
but
I think
they're still pretty good cards as well, though.
Yeah. Well, what's that one that was like 600 quid rather than?
But yeah, the 3080 is like 600 quid. So
Yeah.
and then they've got 3070 and maybe a 3060 Ti.
But
There's quite a lot.
I like the Ti ones obviously more.
Yeah. Well, the annoying thing about the 3080 is it's only got 10 gig of RAM.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and for
Got
most
12,
people
yeah.
that's kind of. Yeah, well, I've got 12 on my. I've got a Titan at the moment. It's a really old Titan. Really old. I got this. I could never afford a new Titan. But yeah, like for rendering and stuff, like having the extra kind of megabytes
Oh, yeah.
in RAM is really useful. So I'm a bit torn up, but the 3090 is so expensive.
Yeah, I mean it's probably going to drop in the sale like New Year's.
Yeah.
Oh, what's it? I am in like Flint.
Huh?
You in the political Discord? Oh, my mate Ozzy. He's should be joining us soon.
Oh, okay.
He's done the first. Yeah, he's on the first political debate from 8 till 8.
Okay. Are we actually debating? Is there like?
I mean, no. I mean, it is just like a discussion.
Are we all not just going to be well left wing?
Well, I've had someone who was classed themselves as a classical libertarian, which
Okay.
nowadays is more akin to the right side of things.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say it is now. It wasn't necessarily.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have used to call myself that somewhat.
But we found a lot of middle ground, which is well, not
Yeah.
really middle ground. You know, just agreements on a lot of things. Oh.
I think one of the most powerful things is like the left isn't as retrospective as it should be and critical of itself.
Left.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
like
Yeah, but then the right
that's
isn't as
like
introspective, so it's kind
no, 100%. But that's kind of where the right kind of could really kind of grab a hold because
yeah.
we don't put ourselves to question as much as we should. And yeah, you have some crazies definitely on our side.
Oh yeah, definitely, but on both, isn't there?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
I really don't like
Yeah,
the whole Antifa fucking BS, where people think that yeah, Antifa is like an organisation and all this crap.
Yeah.
There's people that may take it like that, but that's not what it means, and that's what it's there for. Fucking out, please.
Yeah, no, totally. And like, you can easily look and say that there's definitely a problem with police brutality in America.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
But then
Obviously,
there's definitely a racial element to that. That
yeah,
if you were black, like
yeah, back and
They
I
blatantly
mean, I think
blatantly
just
treat you
reform
like
in
scum.
general. Like in America, they have like 6 months, 6 months or 6 weeks training,
yeah,
compared to
yeah,
other countries, which is like at least a year, I think.
yeah. No, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah. Oh, did you hear about Trump getting
Yeah,
COVID?
yeah. Like,
Well, I'm not
I
asking because
don't
want him
know
to
if I
die and
believe
shit,
it.
but
I don't know if I believe it,
it's
but
like when,
I hope he's not lying at the same time.
yeah, I had the same feeling with Boris though. Like as soon as he got it, I was like, is this a public publicity stunt? Because they're both so akin to lying, like all the time. That's like,
No,
who
totally.
can you take?
At least Boris did look quite dodgy beforehand, though.
No, but you
Like,
did. Oh, you had that in what he had a speech where he announced saying that he had COVID, and he didn't even cough once. He didn't even try to like look like.
Well, I don't know. A couple of days before, he did look quite sketch, but then
Yeah, he
I've
looks
been-
quite sketch, but he
there's
always
been a lot
looks
of
sketch.
people.
It's Boris, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like he looks like he's just come off crack or some shit.
There's a lot of people in conspiracy circles that reckon he was like just taken away to get retrained because he like came back with loads of like,
Oh, yeah.
messages and shit.
What in the
I don't-
secret fridge or some shit.
yeah. Yeah. I don't know, I spent quite a lot of time on conspiracy forums, but not necessarily because I agree with it. But
No,
my
that's
mate,
cool. I mean, did you hear about
my
the...
mate.
Hold on, yeah.
Oh.
You go.
Go for it.
I was about to say, did you hear about the FinCEN, the Financial Crime Enforcement Network, the files released that obviously told it. Oh shit, I suppose. Told everyone about. Sorry, it's the Russian. Fucking hell, I suppose. The Russians basically
Like
been
Russian
lobbying.
investment.
Yeah, Russian investment and
Okay.
basically the files have been leaked. Which everyone knew all along, you know, with Boris not releasing the Russia report because, well, how is he supposed to release something that the Conservatives never actually looked into to begin with?
Yeah. No, 100%. They're blatantly financed up to the balls with this shit. I mean, it's the same with the you know, like the neoliberal Democrats, like Hillary Clinton and stuff. They were actually well cozy in Russia, and then they used it all against Trump and stuff. Which I'm sure is to some degree as well, maybe not to the state.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? The Miller report?
Yeah.
With obviously, fucking, what country was it? It was. It was. I can't believe it's going to blank right now. Probably because I'm trying to not let them. Oh, they've done it anyway. Fucking. Ozzy, you might have to help me out here quick. It was. Holy shit. You know the one that he's withdrawing aid to? Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Nailed it. Next to Russia. What are they called?
Ukraine.
Ukraine, that's it, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine's a bit of crazy one, isn't it?
Well, yeah, he obviously contacted them to investigate Biden, wasn't it?
Yeah.
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 And
they're all fucking up to
oh yeah, I'm not saying I'm a fan of Biden, but over Trump any day of the week, like.
Yeah. I'd say they're both pretty bottom of the barrel. But
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how have you got to this place?
Yeah, no, totally. Like, unfortunately, Biden's kind of like one of those people that's just fallen upwards his whole entire life.
Yeah.
I don't genuinely think. I don't genuinely think that he's gives a shit about black people. I think he's just using it in a way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think he cares about them more than Donald Trump, but like, you know, that's not really something to gloat about, is it? Like,
there's just millions and millions of people in America that would be better to run America.
Yeah.
So yeah, like my favourite was Tulsi Gabbard or Andrew Yang.
Oh, which one was that?
So Tulsi Gabbard's like a Hawaiian senator who she was the chair of the DNC, and basically Hillary Clinton and her neoliberal bloc had it out for her and basically destroyed her career. But she was one of the rising hopefuls in the Democratic Party, and they totally sold her out. But she's anti-war basically, and that's why they. But she's anti-war, but she's actually a medical doctor in the army.
That's it.
So like she's actually like buried loads of people, and you know she's seen the cost of war and shit.
Yeah, definitely.
And if she was running against Trump, she would beat him hands down. You know, couldn't call her like draft dodger or anything. She's a proper like patriot.
Well, I like Bernie as much as I don't agree with everything that he said. As well as there was an Asian dude, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Andrew Yang.
That's it.
Yeah.
Great.
Bernie, so Tulsi was one of Andrew, was Bernie's like not running mate, but like one of his biggest supporters last time. But this time she kind of got sold out a little bit. Yeah, Andrew Yang as well. Like, he's very much a bit more businessy, but he's very much up to like UBI and a social safety net,
domestic policies to improve and stuff like that.
If they'd put either of these two people in, it would be such an easy walkover. We wouldn't even be talking about Trump.
But then, you know, are they all in cahoots? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes.
Well, I don't think they are. I think basically like I mean, I think these, you know, the Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard were actually like real breaths of fresh air, and because
definitely. I meant like the main runners at the moment. It seems like they've done this on purpose, you know, to
no,
give them no option.
No, I kind of agree. You know, they've kind of quashed any real chance of change. You know, it's just back to neoliberalism, and that's a real change because we need change. You know, like the whole reason why Trump got voted in is because people were let down by neoliberalism.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the whole build wars and well, there's a lot of promises that he didn't keep. Like, he still got no plan for the healthcare. Oh, that was good. Sorry, I'm coming on my own.
It was almost like you were commenting on mine because it's got double.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, cheers.
Oh, he just lost it in the same goal. Long. Nice shot. GG.
Yeah, it's gone free to play now, hasn't it, Rocket League?
Yeah. Still the whole salty Rocket League or BS. which it's hard to get away from. But
Yeah, I think anything competitive brings salt to it. You know, unfortunately, I'm really not. Well, I like to think of myself not as a salty person generally, or definitely not a salty gamer.
you're not a salty gamer.
Well, I like to think of myself not a salty gamer. Like Danny is a salty gamer.
Oh yeah. I'm not playing this anymore for another week or some shit. Yeah, I'm
He's
pretty.
like
I'm pretty easy.
he's the saltiest person I know.
Mm.
Won't admit it. Yeah, so we've been doing this work, man. It's kind of expanded quite a lot, and
Oh yeah.
maybe leading on. So
What's the update? Actually, I'm gonna increase your
so
volume.
yeah, it basically increased massively. I've never earned so much money in my life. Like I'm really lucky. You know, like it's
That's
how
cool.
work at the moment.
So, what are you actually doing now?
So we're doing like this big like stage show thing. And
Stage
it's
show?
like it's like a kind of Christmas.
You do like the
Theatrical.
graphics behind it.
Yeah, but it's all done in game engine, so they can film it in on green screen, but
Oh,
actually
yeah.
see what it's going to be real time.
That sounds fucking sick.
Yeah, it's like kind of how they shot the Mandalorian a little bit.
Okay.
But then the guy's been pretty impressed with us. Like we've kind of pulled it out of the bag. We've worked fucking hard.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
got to say. But like, we've been working with like professional companies, and they've been a bit shit and stuff. So it's made us look pretty good because we've basically just delivered
Okay.
kind of thing. And so they're wanting us to do like a car launch for GM next and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But this, I can't tell you which celebrity it is, but it's like a proper A-lister with some of their mates as well. Like, I tell you, Stevie Wonder is in it and shit. Like, it's
Stevie
proper
Wonder.
big.
That's cool.
Um,
Okay, Stevie Wonder.
yeah. And so, like, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And then we've got some other work on as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I just really like lucky to have work at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
Yeah.
a lot of people don't really have that at the moment.
100%, 100%. So, like, yeah, some of my neighbours are, well, you know, on minimum wage on furlough and shit, and just about to, you know, find
Yeah.
out whether they keep their job or not. And they're probably not. And, yeah, I'm probably earning what they're earning in a month.
How long is your thing going on for?
Well, it's kind of nearing an end, but they've just asked us to do loads more updates and stuff, so that is quite good. But I don't know.
Just you and Danny? Or?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm actually quite well. We're both actually quite burnt out, right? Because they're working in American time.
Oh yeah.
I've had to, you know, go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning and stuff.
5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, like working through night. It's basically becoming nocturnal. And yeah, it's kind of fucked with me. Like today, I didn't get out of bed till 4 o'clock. Yeah, I used to be like well depressed and like that kind of thing. And to be honest, it kind of ties into that a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Like, it reminds me of that a bit. Like, so it's not a good place to be, in my opinion. So I want to kind of break that a bit. Yeah, it's tough. It's been mentally really draining, to be honest. Like,
But that's what the money's there for.
yeah, that's the
Got
another
any
thing.
plans for anything that you're saving up for or anything?
Well, I'm buying my girlfriend like a second-hand car.
Second-hand car,
I'm buying me a computer and me a second-hand car as well. So.
What's happening?
Two cars.
Is she staying? Is she come over to yours? Or
Yeah, I don't know.
get
Obviously,
married? Or?
I think this year probably will. Yeah, like it's just gonna make it easier to get her over here. And
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think I'm particularly well. Like, you know, I don't think I'm probably gonna. I don't know. Probably have a few issues this year and shit, and I'd quite like her to be over here, kind of thing. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we'll see. See what pans out. But I'd like her to be over here, definitely. I think getting married is going to be the easiest way to achieving that.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
yeah.
Do you want to get married? Or is it like...
Yeah, I do. I mean, you know.
You've been together like almost 4 years, is it? Is that right?
5 years, man. 5 years. Yeah, I mean, I quite want to fuck around a little bit more before getting married, if I'm totally honest. Like,
Oh, yeah.
but I'm not
It's
too
not
bothered.
behave. Still a
But
red-blooded man.
no, exactly. Like, to be honest, I didn't get a lot of opportunities when I was younger, so like, I wouldn't mind, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, yeah, I do want to get married.
Is it a kids on the table, or what's the...
No, well, she's got 3 kids already.
Oh, yeah.
And one's just had like her.
I'm guessing you're going to have to bring them all over, or are they not?
No. I mean, like one's 18, one's 17, and the other one's like 11 or 12. So.
Okay. So you might
Like,
get 11 or 12 brought over.
probably not, because they like in Thailand, the grandmother tends to look after the kids a lot more.
Oh, okay.
So. Yeah, I mean that just is kind of the way it is. So he's quite settled. I don't think he'd do very well at school over here. So he's already struggling a bit. So, and then the other 2 are kind of out of the nest anyway. So, like the 17-year-old pretty much.
17-year-old
Like, she's pretty much married. Like, they have this thing in Thailand that's a bit like marriage. You do before marriage.
A bit like marriage.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like
light.
Yeah, it's kind of like marriage light a little bit. And I gave her away to her boyfriend and her boyfriend's family last year, kind of thing. Yeah, she's only 16, kind of thing. But like, it's a bit like a dowry or something.
Oh, the dowry. Oh, fuck that. You got to pay like 30 grand or some shit, like.
Well, they have to pay us. Oh, not too bad.
Oh, he's gonna pay you?
Well, because she's the girl, like the bloke.
Oh yeah.
Her boyfriend's quite a bit older.
But it doesn't mean you have to pay her parents.
No. Their parents have to pay ours.
Oh, okay.
So like, it's a bit random, but yeah, it's kind of like a bit like a virginity tax in a way.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I believe I'm in.
Oh, dude.
Random place to come into the conversation, but hello.
Yeah. I literally can't tell if Simon's playing a game, talking to you, doing his taxes, whatever. He just seems to be multitasking.
I know, it's the first time for everything. Like...
Yeah, this is, do you know what's amazing for me? I'm looking at this gaming thing. I am so out of the gaming world that this is just blowing my mind.
What are you broadcasting, Simon?
Yeah, I'm broadcasting.
Right, okay.
Everything you've just said has been very much public. Hopefully you know that.
It's fine.
I just thought we were having a nice intimate chat.
Oh, so you watching? Because it's me and you that
are. Yeah.
So yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah. I've got the thing that says share my screen. Or well, I know. I suppose I just want you to. I don't tell whether you've got to share my screen or content to the screen share.
Just share, no, not share your screen. Sorry, rather share your camera.
Okay, right. Hang on a sec. I'll cancel that. Turn on camera.
Background as well.
Hopefully, it'll come through. Apologies, I sound quite clangy because I brought it all down to the kitchen, and every time that anyone uses any water in this house, it sounds like you're under Niagara Falls.
Ooh,
so,
well, that sounds good.
Well, we've just got central heating for the first time in this house in ever. It's never actually had central heating before. We've actually had to light fires to keep warm in the winter. Or
all right, well, that's
electric.
Winter for you this time, isn't it?
Oh, massively, yeah. I can't remember a time in this house in the 30 years I've lived in it where I can't see my breath in the middle of December. So you're just going around wearing clothes. I live in a small village. I'm not. It's not. Well, I should probably preempt saying every other house in the village has probably, and the surrounding areas has got central heating.
Oh, yeah.
My father has just held out for decades and decades and just said it's not needed. We can get by without it. And now he's starting to get to a certain age. He's starting to go like, yeah, you know, maybe I should probably indulge myself in this because I'm fed up of being freezing fucking cold every night during the winter time. And because, of course, we're not out doing gigs until the wee hours of the morning, you certainly notice it because you're in all the time. So,
yeah, it doesn't sound too dissimilar from my dad, actually.
Anyone who stayed at my house, any of my mates have been like, yeah, we're not staying again anytime during like October to February because it's just too fucking cold. Like, you get told off, you get literally slapped around the face if you turn a blow heater on. If you turn a blow heater on, other people are allowed, it's that whole other people are allowed to use the blow heaters. But we've got radiators and we've got a control panel. I can literally just decide what time I want the hot water to come on. It's brilliant. I know that sounds like I've just like stepped out of the 1970s with an amazement, but but I also just got our first like proper smart TV, which is also kind of cool. So I bought like a big 4K thing from Hisense, 43 inches, and to be honest, it's like me and my brother, because he loves his TV, but he was trying to because of his Asperger's, he needs to record everything, and he was starting to get to that point where he was running out of space to put his DVDs, and he was just obsessively recording. I said, well, you can use this little USB stick and you can just record it all on that, pop it on your laptop, take it off, and then do it all again. Unfortunately, I lent him a USB stick that had a load of valuable stuff on it, and now he's lost it and he can't find it to demonstrate. Yeah, bloody archival material. I've got no bloody clue where it's gone. It's bright green as well, so the fact that I can't find it in a house that's predominantly brown and pink is pretty upsetting. So who am I speaking to? Who's?
I'm gonna go toilet quick.
I live
to each other. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Sorry.
So I live in there's a place called the highest point in Surrey called Leith Hill, which is an area of natural beauty, and it's got an old-fashioned tower on it. I live in a village down the bottom called Forest Green, so I'm about, in terms of towns, I'm probably about equidistant from the town of Dorking, the city of Guildford, and the town of Horsham. Probably right in the middle of that triangle. So I'm literally, if I went 5 minutes south, I'd be in Sussex. Basically, I'd be leaving the Surrey region, and it's just a little. It's not totally remote, but it's it could do with a shop.
Nice.
It's got a pub.
I've lived in a very.
It's lovely.
Place, so.
Yeah.
I lived in a hamlet.
I mean, it's. Oh, you lived in the New Forest. I mean, that really. Well, if you live in a hamlet in the New Forest, that's really got to feel remote.
No. Sorry, not in the New Forest. A hamlet in Yorkshire. Out near.
Oh, blimey, that's even worse. That's even
near the moors.
Like
I know exactly.
Oh, proper like near the Dales. I bet you can see everything in every direction.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
It was also an area of outstanding natural beauty as well. So. Probably very similar.
Name of it. I sort of, I'm interested. What was the name of the place called?
It's near Castle Howard. Do you know near
Castle Howard. Yeah. Castle Howard. So Castle Howard, York.
Yeah.
So you're as you sort of. Oh right, okay. Blimey, there's magnificent house in the north of England. I'm just going to pull the maps out and see how much nothing there is around it, because I often say I live in the middle of nowhere, and then I go up to places like Suffolk and Norfolk, and I see some villages there like, oh no, this really is the middle of nowhere. So
I lived in a hamlet of like 9 houses. So
happy Friday, everyone.
Yeah, I know exactly.
So Simon's really the cultured metropolitan person here, being a sort of Hampshire city boy. Yeah. I was just saying, us country bumpkins, So, I say that country bumpkins is.
Currently, I'm in Bradford, so quite a bit of difference.
But Bradford's a city. Yeah, Bradford's just city, really, isn't it? So it's I mean, I lived in my experience of city living has been in Southampton, where I met Simon, and that's like, I mean, to be honest, I could have coped with that. I actually found like that was just kind of like a bearable kind of city living. Where I was in St Mary's, and also the fact that I was like literally stumbling distance from my lecture halls by 5 minutes was pretty helpful. Yeah, I'm literally like panning out and out on Castle Howard, and there really is just that is a lot of little tiny weeny little. Is it Bulmer, Moulton, Hovingham? What was this place you lived in?
Yeah, Bulmer. It's called High Stittenham. It's really near Bulmer.
I am one of the. Oh, sorry, Stittenham. I am one of these people. I love if people live in places I've never heard of. I have to sort of know what that place looks like, or kind of where. Oh, there it is. It's just popped up on the map. So how near that is.
I mean,
I'm going to pull out and out and out.
It's pretty magnificent. But,
I love it. That's not even on the map. So like Stittenham is there. So Stittenham's obviously the village, and then like all right. So that's where you are in relation to York. Oh, I see. Oh, so you're is that East Riding of Yorkshire? Is that it's north?
Yeah.
I've never really properly been to like the Dales or anywhere like that. I would really love to go. Last place I was near, I was actually near Preston, and I was in one of those things where I looked at the map. I had to stay overnight for a job, and I was in a hotel where literally there was nothing to the north of me. Like the road just ended, but it was so foggy and overcast. I was like, I'm sure there's a lovely vista. I think it was the Forest of Bowland was right above us, but there was absolutely no way of seeing it because it was so bloody overcast and foggy and misty. This is literally like barely a month ago. Yeah, no, I love it. It's just like because of my nature of my job and also like what I do in the music side of things, I'm quite lucky because I do get to see like a lot more of the country than most people. So I do probably go everywhere. Can you hear me a little better now? I've just turned up the gain a little bit on my mic.
You sound crystal clear, man. Really.
I don't know.
Excellent. I've got this really, really nice preamp thing that I bought for music, and that's I've just thought I'd put a good mic through it and do that sort of thing. No, it's lovely. What a lovely place to live.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I a little boring to grow up in.
Well, yeah. I mean, my village was a bit boring to grow up in, but it's like would you, if you needed a night out, would you have to schlep it to York?
A little bit loud
yeah, basically.
I'll turn it down a bit. Hang on.
No, it's cool. I can
there it
turn it
goes.
down on my end if yours.
Okay,
yeah,
right. I'm trying to get the gain. Sorry, carry on.
We had a lot of mates in New York, so I didn't have to take the 40 quid taxi home very often.
There's me complaining about a 30 quid taxi back from Guildford. Remember, I once actually laid into a taxi. I was pretty drunk, and we had a really nice night. But he had a Prius taxi, and it took an hour. This journey does not take an hour. This journey takes like 25 minutes at most. And I realized that he was going everywhere at like 22 miles an hour, and it was literally 10 minutes from home. And I thought, why is he been going so slowly? I realized, of course, he doesn't have to use the petrol in the engine. As long as he keeps it under 30 miles an hour, it's always using the battery. So he's trying to stiff me. And he's like, 60 quid, please. It's like, I'm not paying you 60. You took an hour to get back. Like I've missed the after party because of you. It's like, it's like, why should I pay you 60 quid? You've literally saved like, all your petrol. You've literally spent nothing getting me here. I'm not paying it. And then my mate just gave him the 60 quid and it's like, just shut the hell up. Like, stop arguing the toss. It's like, but he's taken an hour to do a 25-minute journey across like the easiest route. And it's like he's not used any resources. I demand a refund.
That is kind of taking the piss, but
I was taking the piss. Like I was in there, I was like, am I the only person that thinks this taxi drive is taking extremely long to do a 25-minute journey? Like, it does not take an hour. And I was looking at his little display because the Priuses have got that little display that like shows you how economically you're driving. And I was like, he's not used like literally a thimble of fuel like on this whole thing. He's just used the battery because he's just trying to be cheap. It's like, you cheap bastard! Like, give us your money back. Like, we owe you like a tenner at most for your time. Like, not 60 bloody quid.
Yeah, it cost me about 114 quid, I think it is, about that, to get to Southampton to London.
Really?
This is when it was snowing here.
What, on a train or in a taxi?
Taxi. Yeah, it was on our way to.
Thailand, you don't drive, do you?
No, I don't drive.
Oh right, okay. Well, so I was about to say, in the grander scheme of things, that's not so bad, I guess. If it's like it's not like you were just having a night out and you had 114 quid spare.
Oh no. Yeah, we was going to Thailand for my brother who's getting married out there. So
amazing.
Yeah,
Fantastic. Great. Yeah, it's brilliant. No, I'm just looking at this map and realizing I've just like pulled the grander map back of everyone. I'm just looking at going, I've done a gig there, I've done a gig there, I've delivered there, I've stayed overnight in there. It's kind of nice actually. Like I said to myself in the lockdown, like if the lockdown eased a little bit and I had money, I'd like to quite go to the Cotswolds and just take a load of books and stay in an Airbnb or something. And yeah, just to just get a bit of headspace and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So what do you do? Are you musician wise?
So basically my old man's business has been music, like as in literally he's bought a house off like this house a bit, albeit with no heating, but needs sort of comsi. But yeah, so he's like run what one would call corporate entertainment which is like you phone up. You know, in the olden days, you phone up and say, we've got a birthday party, we've got a corporate do, you know, company party, we've got a Christmas do, we've got a wedding, we've got this much money. We ideally are looking for a band or a DJ, but we'd also like, say, like a table magician. We'd like a casino table. We'd like a photo booth. It's all that, just all the entertainment side of events, essentially. Just a little cottage industry thing that he ran. Yeah, it's, I mean, obviously since 2008, it took a massive dive. And before I joined the band, he used to be like working like 3 nights a week, big gigs, and every single gig he'd take like $1,000 off of it because it's like got the booking fee and the playing fee. Yeah, and actually, I think in 2005 he did all 3 of the major political party events.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they just booked them separately, and they just said, you know, you don't have to tell the other one, you know, it's money is money. So yeah, he did all of them. So he did Lib Dem, Labour. He said it's all unbelievably high security. You had to drive your van to like a compound where you'd have like armed guards lift all the PA, speakers, monitors, guitars, mics, everything, lift it into another van that was armored, and then you'd get put in an armored car and you'd be driven to the venue, and then you'd have to get it out under supervision, and they have to open up every box and like make sure it was all safe. So he said, yeah, at the time, I think he said, what was it at the time? It was like Ian Duncan Smith was the leader of 2005. I think it was just before David Cameron came in. It was, I can't remember who the leader of the Lib Dem thing, but he said that basically the best dancers were at Labour Party. He said that 100% they were the best dancers. And I do remember that in 2008, we did the Camden Roundhouse it was their Tory Party Summer Ball, because one of our biggest clients was a big tour. Yeah, the Roundhouse. You know, they do a lot of, you often see it in, you know, gigs from the Roundhouse type thing. You often see it on the BBC or something. It's got, it used to be like a railway station type thing. So like it's a circular building that in the Roundhouse, and it's got whacking great big pillars like all around it. It's quite an impressive venue. And they just put on like the last act in, but we had to be there at like 7 a.m. to do like an hour's performance at 11:30 that evening. So we had to stay on site, and we had to go through all the security and all that sort of thing. And they had like 4 or 5 acts from Britain's Got Talent. They had like the best opera singer that money could buy. Although I did notice when by the time they'd all got their seats down, like mate, the roadie I was working with said the escort agency did well tonight, didn't they? Said, because if any of those women are their wives, then I'm a fucking Dutchman, because nowhere in hell are all those old greying Tory politicians. Nowhere in hell have they got like 25-year-old blonde Slovenian girlfriends. Like, even if they have got a load of money, that's definitely a temporary fix.
Might be a couple of Boris's.
Yeah, so that. Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, I mean, he's lost count by now. So, essentially, so that's what we're doing since the crash. The bigger gigs have not been so much corporate, but they've been weddings and birthdays and things like that. You know, we still, at the moment.
Well, I'm guessing you're just better and practicing at the moment until you can.
Yeah, it's driving me nuts, man. Absolutely driving me nuts. I mean, it's one of those things where when things were good, I'd go, oh, God, I got another gig where I'm going to have to play like... Worst gigs we did were when we sort of worked a backing track because the budget wouldn't stretch to a full band. And you'd have to do it. And the worst ones were like holiday camps, usually south coast of Essex, north coast of Kent. So Whitstable, Herne Bay, Clacton, Chelmsford, like, you know, Southend, places like that. And they're all owned by the same chain. It was always like there was some young mum with like 9 fucking like crotch fruit running around screaming their heads off, and blokes are all just watching. Yeah, crotch fruit. That's essentially what they are. They're not children, like, because they're not getting the attention to children. They're just like, you know, they're just things to keep, you know, there's things to keep stupid people occupied. You know, I'm pretty liberal, but when it comes to you, I'm pretty liberal, but like after a while, the amount of things I've seen, it makes you sort of think, yeah, a bit of minor eugenics wouldn't go amiss. But it's like we could thin the herd out and not lose anything, you know, very essential, really. We're just, you know, losing 3 more people at Jewson's. Who just sweep the yard up and their resulting children. You play to basically a disinterested audience. They'd maybe pay attention to you on like the last 2 songs, and you'd have like 3 hours to drive home, and you'd have drunk people coming up to you and getting arsey. You know, those are the kind of gigs where you can actually get threatened because you literally just say one wrong thing and they just do get like proper in your face. But I would give anything to be doing one of those right now. And not having gigs at weekends, it kind of like, it's all I've done for 12 years, and I don't really know what to do with myself. And because it's one of those things where I could just do what normal people do, it's like, yeah, but normal people can't do that either. So,
yeah.
And the other thing I do that I really enjoy is Leather and Lace, which is the rock band, the rock covers theatre band, and that does.
That sounds like Rocky Horror Picture.
Does proper. I don't know. Have you got the ability to like share YouTube links and stuff?
Yeah, definitely.
You know, can you like kind of like drag that into the Twitch?
I certainly can. I'm just gonna rearrange a few things.
I like the fact that you've got like kind of lighting set up and everything, Simon. It looks really good.
Oh, hasn't he got a
dear,
brilliant?
thanks.
He's like got the infinity mirror behind him. It's fantastic. Yeah. Whoa, I love that. Well, that's that. What's that phobia that people have of like things with
Tryptophobia. The holes.
Tryptophobia? Yeah, that is. I must say that is just that ever so slightly making me uncomfortable. I
Yeah,
don't know what it is.
If you look sideways a little bit, it looks like you kind of it moving inwards a little bit.
I don't have it.
Yeah, it does.
I don't have it as a phobia, but I can understand it as a phobia.
Yeah,
Do you know
I'm
what
not
I
really
mean?
like scared of it, but it's
Yeah.
just unsettling, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is unsafe. It gives you that little shiver. That's what it's doing to me. It's giving me
Yeah.
like it just makes me get a little bit sort of you know. I don't know what it is. I think if you see that overlaid on like a human skin, like that's when it kind of makes you feel a little bit. And I've seen like it's back in the days when just the internet was just a place to go and gross yourself out and see how much awe and horror you could take before giving up. At least that's what the first year of uni felt like. But yeah, if you find a way of sticking YouTube up and you put in, yeah,
there we go.
Whoa! Oh, that is whoa!
Sorry.
Oh my head!
It's
Wow!
done.
No, that's.
But I've still got a mate that treats the internet the same way as that.
Me?
So I find it amazing that what just like what can I
Just
watch that will
gore.
gross me out?
Yeah,
Just gore. Yeah, I remember.
Like
What was the
gore
thing
cheap.
that? Gorchi. Oh god, what was E-fucked? That was the one that they used to
Yeah.
watch.
E-bums, wasn't it?
E-Bombs World was like one of those YouTube kind of like prank. It was E-Bombs World was kind of like just pranks and kind of like candid camera YouTube for the time. I don't know what's happened to it now. But
it was a bit
E-Fucked
like
was
was E-Bombs World a little bit. Kind of
yeah, it
precursor
was a bit, yeah.
a little bit,
So if
but-
you
send me
got
the link?
if you got the YouTube, you put in Leather and Lace rock anthems or ballads, and then the first link that comes up with a picture of our lovely girly singer
This
should
one?
be. It's going to arrive on my thing in a second because I'm only
She
looking at
looks
the Twitch
pretty
stream.
hot, so I'm guessing it's this one.
She, I love the lovely Tanith. Yeah, I say a sexy Morticia Adams is how I would describe her.
Yeah.
Of which, yeah, that is. I mean, I say to people, so what am I looking for? I say, look, sexy Morticia Adams. Like you will find it immediately. And yeah, so that was our.
I think I've seen this.
That's our.
I think I watched this before. But
I
yeah.
might have shared it once or twice. So I mean, I think I was so proud of it. We did it. We did it in one day in Fleet in the Harlington Centre, and we did it without an audience and added them in later. So yeah, I'm probably going to hear this in a second because it's probably going to erupt in my eardrums. despite the
Let me
fact that I
know
can't actually.
how high the volume is.
Okay. Right, so you're hovering over it. So I think there's like a 5 or 6 second delay. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah,
I'm
but,
about 43 minutes into the. Sorry, not 43 minutes. 43 seconds.
Oh right, okay. Right, so there we go. Right, so it's playing. There's me without my
Great voice.
glasses.
Yeah.
She's brilliant. I mean, everyone in the band is fantastic. Chap
got
on
the
the
old
red
MCR.
guitar is.
Jacket on.
Yeah, I got the MCR. I've still got that. I've changed that because we change clothes per set. So like we've got a different. We do one set in one set of clothes, and to be honest, we've probably changed it up so much. Like in terms of the stuff we're wearing there, we're wearing different things. We just always said, look, if we go back to the same venue. Within 18 months, make sure you wear something different, change up the wardrobe. I bought like a new crazy shirt. So the drummer that you see there, the drummer has been a host on TalkSport for about 10, 15 years,
Okay,
and has recently become like a host on Planet Rock. And he's currently doing the Breakfast Show, and he is the funniest fucker you'll ever meet. He is such a brilliant impressionist. He's just like he is a stand-up comedian in all but name. And he's got a podcast called the Ian Danter's Barmy Old Podcast because he's been doing radio for about 25 years, something like that.
Okay.
And he also happens to be a phenomenal drummer. And he's the MD, he's the musical director. So not only can he play drums, he can sing, He can, play the guitar, play the keyboard, play the bass. So if there's a part that you're not 100% sure on how to do, he will come up and basically get on your instrument and play it, perfectly in one go.
Like one of those.
that's
fucking
one of those
Sick.
jammy bastards. 2 solo albums. He's got solo album number 3 on the way. And the first one he had like guest singers, and basically the second one he's just basically him and 3 other vocalists doing backup. But apart from that, he does everything. 11 tracks of just him. And he's good. Like, he is a good songwriter. He's a good singer. Lead singer, you see, they're using a band called The Sweet. He's actually 61 now, despite the fact he doesn't look it. He's been singing in bands left, right, and centre since the early '80s.
Oh yeah.
Nearly got signed with Atlantic. I can't remember what the band's name was. Sung with a band called The Sweet on their touring for quite a while.
Remember The Sweet?
Bass. Yeah. So he sang in he didn't sing on like what you might call the golden era of the 70s when they were doing Blockbuster and Hellraiser and all that sort of stuff. But he did the touring. If you can sing for The Sweet live, you have to be pretty damn good.
Oh hell yeah.
Glenn, their short-haired guitarist, is a chap who used to play with Tiger Tails, and he's played with a lot of people. He's a really nice guy. He's built like a brick shithouse. He's absolutely as you like. Bass player lives quite near me in Woking. We're really good mates. We basically become me and the bass player become really good friends over the last couple of years. Well, we drive to the gig together, because I've got the van. We've both got the most amount of stuff because I've got the keyboards, the monitoring, the smoke machines, and he's got the big bass rig and everything. So it just about fits in the back of my little Berlingo. And we just chat, and he just always introduces me to some new band that he's or some old band that he knows I've never heard of. And so we've been doing I'm trying to think of the places we've done. So we've done Bridgend, Porthcawl, Abergavenny, Blackburn, Worcester, Wellingborough, Bromsgrove, Retford in Nottingham, Exeter, Exmouth, Maidstone, Bracknell. We did Cranley, which is 10 minutes from me and only seats 160, so that was 90% my relatives. It was intimate. It was the first one we did this year, and it was really intimate for me because it was 90% my friends and family. And the thing is, when you do function band work, basically you can tell people you're a musician, but they can't come and see you because you say, well, are you invited to this company party? No. Are you invited to this person's birthday party? No. Are you a guest at this wedding? No. Well, basically you can never see me play because I literally play only for because I'm paid to gig at a private event. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And with this, it's look, if you're in the area, I just say to anyone, look, if you're in the area and you know me, get a ticket. It's a good night out. As you can see, we really put on a show.
Yeah, definitely.
It's even... Was the next one come on? So I'm just a little bit high up in just there's probably a few live videos of us, I think, possibly. Stevie Nicks, yeah. So if you go Leather and Lace Rock Anthems, Power Ballads, it will probably bring up a live video of us. I think there's one of us from Blackburn doing Living on a Prayer, and there's some of us who haven't. But that's the thing, I joined that, I literally answered a one tag back of, I think it was... Yeah, I'd never met I didn't know any of the guys. It turns out they know people I know, and we initially just did music only. We didn't do any vocals, we just went in, we said, we're all interested in this kind of music. Not all of us know each other, but it'd be good to get together and just go over songs that might not even end up playing, but just to see how it goes. So you play guitar as well, by Van Halen. I play guitar on one song. I've started off playing guitar, and I play guitar on one song. So the video that's currently playing now is just basically the shorter version of the same thing. That's the little teaser version.
Short promo vid.
But so if you go back to the main search results,
Living on a Prayer. I see. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so that'll be Living on a Prayer. So that I think is from that was quite an early one. That was maybe 1 year in. So we did about a year's worth of doing it. So from summer 2015 to summer 2016, we just did the music. And then we auditioned vocalists. So the girly pretty much did the heart alone. How do I get you alone? And she went for that high note, I can't even do it here. But she hit it bang on. I think everyone went. Probably no point in anybody else auditioning. She's pretty much got the job.
Yeah, nailed it straight off the bat.
So, yeah. I mean, I can't hear anything that's going on, but this was in Blackburn in the
I can't hear it.
What is interesting? Yeah. So yeah, I something's to carry. But yeah, so this was we put every gig we do, we'd always put like a little like GoPro, like a couple of GoPros in the audience.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, so yeah, well the two guitarists basically had like GoPros between them for their own stuff, so they were like, well let's just put out as many as we can, and if we get any decent footage, we'll advertise the next gig off the back of it. If we get things like, I mean, there's one where I think someone took, I think it was in Havant, and it was a school, and it was all these young people turning up, all these like teenagers, because the lead singer runs a rock school, so a lot of his fans are all in their teens and 20s, which in terms of a good-looking audience is fantastic, because it's not just middle-aged guys in rugby shirts, which is, as much as we like the middle guys in rugby shirts, because they've got the money to buy them, you know, a good-looking younger audience full of, you know, trendy-looking young people and women is also very appealing as well. Because I often leave and I often get the, you know, the women who find me quite charming often remind me of their grandson or something, which is, yeah, oh, you're such a talented young man. And I was like, oh, thank you. I was rather after your daughter, but never mind. Thanks, cheers. It's like, I play.
Is that how you say goodbye in the morning?
That's how I say goodbye. I say, I couldn't hear that, love. Put your teeth back in.
Actually, leave them out.
Leave them out. I saw where you went with that.
Sorry.
I can leave them out. Yeah. My teeth won't stop chattering. We'll put them in the glass then. The old ones are the best. Boy. No, but that's fine. What we do after we finish, so we do two like 1 hour and 5 minute, 1 hour and 10 minute sets. You know, there's an encore at the end of the first bit, and we often go out like at the end and we shake everybody's hand. At least we did in days of yore, and we'd say, you know, people would say, "Oh, it's brilliant," and the response is always the same. It's like, we've never seen anything like that here. So there's always like solo acts. He said we can't have another fucking Frank Sinatra, Michael Bublé act. I'm gonna like tear my fucking hair out, because like so many. That's the thing. Like doing what we do as well. I'm sorry if I'm monopolising this conversation. But I'm sure we're just like the politics will start eventually.
Friday, just chill out.
Friday chilling, yeah. It's just I guess I can talk about it now. No, it's not. But like we would put ourselves up as a 7-piece band, right? So you put yourself up like into the function band, not the rock band that we're looking at, but we put ourselves up. So we play every kind of hit under the sun. You know, S Club 7, Glenn Miller, Elvis, ABBA, you know, Bon Jovi, Kings of Leon, Britney Spears. You know, we literally play everything. Yeah. And I go, yeah, but I feel that like because two of my friends like Michael Bublé. I always wanted to say, like, so what you're saying is two of your friends like covers of Frank Sinatra songs. Yeah, can we have him for like way more money than it would cost to book like 7 musicians plus 2 crew? And like, but he's going to be entertaining for like 10 minutes to 2 people, and everyone else is going to be bored out of their fucking skull. I mean, if you're doing a specific night, like I think that the thing is what I've noticed is that often when people book music for things, they think that having like one theme is a brilliant idea. Well, that's brilliant if like everybody is in the same boat, but never is every. You've got like 8-year-olds, you've got like Granny Doris who's 90, you've got like the guys in their 50s and 60s. You grow up like you've got the teens. You know, you kind of got the people in their 20s if it's a young wedding and they're kind of on the contemporary scene. You've got their parents who are probably like, you know, enjoying music in the 70s and 80s. Then you got their, you know, grandparents who probably were into swing and things like that. So you have to cover pretty much everything. Yeah, in fact, I might as well tell you where I might as well show you where the other link is to the other one we do. So if you put in Co-Stars Party Band, so 4 separate words, there's like I think 2 links, and I think it's the slightly newer of the one, and the footage from that is the Camden Roundhouse footage from the 2008 Summer Ball, which was all HD, which looked pretty good. And then the other one was like, I think it's the Hilton Metropole Edgware Road. So you don't see me, but you see my old man, who you will know immediately that it's it's my dad.
Which one of these is it? It's quite a few.
It's not come up yet because I'm still on the delay. So once it should be. I think there's a picture of like what looks like a guy with a head mic, like a bass. It says Co-Stars. Oh, Co-Stars. That's it, right? So you see that?
My bad.
Yeah,
Yes,
so I
does, yeah.
so I think it's the one with 8 to 12-piece party band, Tony Powell. That's the guy who yeah. So yeah. So you see that the kind of thing we're up against as well. So there's like loads of people called Star, loads of people called whatever. So if you go up to the top,
Is this the one?
you see like there's the one with the guy behind the drums, and the one where there's like a guy behind the drums with the multiple like the little inset photographs, and I think that's the one.
Is it the one that I chose? Is this the right one?
Still waiting on that. I think that's it. Yeah, the 2 minute, 2 or so minutes. So we put this together about 6 or 7 years ago. So this is what my dad's just basically been doing for a living for probably 30 years, 40 years, something like that. So the saxophonist you can see there, that's the selling angle is that we used to have like really good-looking girly saxophonists who could play. That's my old man, guitarist, right-handed with the basically looks like me with shorter hair. Yeah. So that the high, like the really high quality footage that was taken at the Camden Roundhouse, probably about like 12:30 at night after nearly everyone had left. Yeah, there he is, Will. Yeah. He calls me Bill by any other means, but yeah, I mean, God knows, I don't even think half those people have been in the band for about 5-6 years actually at that stage. But yeah, some of them come back for time. Well, it's like the thing is, it's like because we used to have gigs where it was like the same big lineup 3 nights a week. Like they often didn't have to have another job. You know, up to about 2008, they just could literally work with us, and they could teach 3 days a week, and then they're getting 600 quid a week from us in playing, and which is pretty good money. If the gigs were in London, a lot of them were London-based, didn't have to go very far. There wasn't anything like the low emission zone or the congestion charge or anything like that. So yeah, and they were easier to do gigs back then, and they've all gone off and done their own little thing up to a certain point. And they're all very good players, and it's just been a long time since we've had the big gigs. So for example, like the bass player that we had back then's moved on. My dad's been working with his mate who's been the best bass player since 1964. I'm right in thinking, his mate Richard.
64.
And Richard's played. He's 60. My old man's 70 next year, and he's been playing in bands since he was 13, 14. So his best mate from school basically became his bass player, and they ended up. That's funny enough. That's more YouTube footage. They ended up being the backing band along with their mate Neil Carter, who ended up being the vocalist and second guitarist for a band called UFO, and then Gary Moore, the guitarist from Thin Lizzy. Yeah. He was Gary Moore's singer from about 84 to about 90. But just before Gary Moore got into all the blues only thing, when he was like still a metalhead, he was the singer for that chap called Neil Carter. He was a Dorking boy. So if you were to search, and then they played for a chap called Gilbert O'Sullivan. So that Unlikely Brothers thing that's just kind of, that's a mate of ours called Tony V, who basically does the same sort of stuff that we do. And he duplicates himself on because he's retired now. So he just duplicates himself. But if you search Gilbert O'Sullivan 1978, it should come up with it. You'll basically see someone who looks exactly like me playing guitar left-handed, because he would have been about my age. Him and his mate got the gig to play with basically one of the biggest singer-songwriters of the era. Like your mum would probably remember Gilbert O'Sullivan. It's a whole concert from 70. I think there was a song called. He had a lot of hits. Clara. It was a girl's name. It was about his daughter.
Okay. Didn't he do playwriting and stuff as well? Or?
No, that's Gilbert and Sullivan.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No, it's a common mistake. This guy was like an Irish kind of, very much of that 70s era piano and strings kind of, like singer-songwriter. Yeah. Very softly spoken, very, mildly, and he, lots of what I would call family-friendly stuff. But they said that they wanted to kind of rock him up a bit, like they kind of wanted him to have a bit of sort of rocky edge. So it just so happens that somebody saw my dad's band play in a pub or a venue somewhere and said, I've got, I'm putting Gilbert O'Sullivan on tour, and he needs a bit of, you guys have got a bit of edge to you, but you can play melodically. Do you want the gig? And so they said yes and took an advance, and nice. And that's and basically, Gilbert O'Sullivan. Is that Sight and Sound? I think it might be that. Oh, In Concert. There we go. So if you see that one that says In Concert, so that's about 30. So that was one of these BBC In Concert records, and so there's two chaps. One is my godfather, who's Richard, the bass player. The other one's a chap called Neil Carter, who went on to be in UFO, and then Gary Moore singing. The other one's me old man playing the guitar upside down. Yeah, so I mean, all this stuff is kind of like, you know, that's his claim to fame, as it were. But he got to be with a fair few, interesting people. He opened a hotel for, if you go to about like a minute in or so, or something like that, you can probably see. That's it. Yeah, I can see that. So yeah, so you must be about 43 seconds behind me from the way that's playing. So there we go. So you can see them playing away there, playing the piano. At least that's what I'm looking at on the video stream. Then it's singing away, and then the guy behind him in the sort of stripy jumper. That's my godfather. That's Richard. Good bass player, very softly spoken man. Like we call him the thinking man's thinking man because he's very very quiet and thoughtful. Even though like he'll play some seriously heavy rock, but can't go. Oh, hi everybody. Yes, nice to see you. He'll go off and go straight into playing like Ace of Spades, and then there's the old man strumming away on the left-handed, whatever the bloody hell that is. When he was about my age, and yeah, so they did about 18 months touring that. Yeah, so he's got about 50 left-handed guitars in his house, none of which I can bloody play. So, and they're all sort of weird.
Like just end up just playing right-handed, just because, you got a bit of a maid or.
Jimi Hendrix played left-handed, and he preferred to play. Well, I think that Jimi Hendrix played a right-handed Strat because finding left-handed guitars was so difficult, and they're often quite poor quality back then. It wasn't done. It just wasn't. I mean, people left. My old man said that, like, you literally, if you were left, because he was left-handed in the '60s, so getting a guitar that was actually find left-handed guitars, but it was like you literally had to like only buy at like Argos kind of price because they just didn't make professional left-handed guitars. So he spent most of his time restringing Stratocasters and Telecasters and Les Pauls to be upside down, and even then it's like, because the real ones were so expensive, it was all Japanese like Takai makers, and ironically now those are the ones that are actually fetching the most amount of money as second-hand items because now they're super rare. So he kind of says there's loads of guitars that he should have kept because they were so rare being left-handed, and he just chucked them away in the 80s and 90s, just said, oh, these aren't worth anything. And now I've gone onto eBay and found out worth like $3 or $4 grand a piece because they're so rare. So that's basically my history. That's my involvement in music. So you can see I come from a musical lineage.
I didn't really have much musical people in my family. My brother was okay on piano, but I had to basically learn guitar from just playing, listening to music, and tabs on Olma guitar from the age of like.
Can't read music, which most people can't believe because I play keyboards.
You can't read music or sight read.
Can't read it at all. I can if you put chords in front of me and say if you put guitar tab or you put piano chords, play a C minor over a D, I'm absolutely fine with that. But I have to listen. I have to listen to something really intently. Like I tried to learn a Steely Dan song over the over the lockdown, and Steely Dan used like every single finger on the left hand and the right hand. Their songs are so bloody complex and jazzy. Well, it's like because they come from jazz players, so they all like every chord's got like at least 7 or something notes in it, every single one. So it's really, and I was like, bloody hell, this is complex, and I was having to learn it like one chord at a time on like one of those like read out of a keyboard, and then it's like shows you where to put each finger. It took me about a week. It took me about a week to learn 8 chord progressions. That's how complex it was. It's a song called and really when you hear it you kind of think, oh, this is just kind of like a slightly quirky disco song. It's one of their biggest hits called Peg from '77, and it's Peg come back to me. It's got a great bass line, great playing, but you'd never think that there's that many bloody notes in it. So when you play it like an amateur, you go, oh, this doesn't sound right. Like, oh, that's because I don't have like 3 fingers on the left hand and like 9 fingers on the right to make it sound professional. I hope we're not boring you, chap. I just know we're yakking on about music and all that.
No. I'm down with music.
Yeah, I'm
not a guitarist.
Cool. I like my.
You're not. You are a guitarist.
No, I'm not. But I'm into music. So.
You want to get what? Sorry.
I want to get like preferably at least a 7-string, maybe an 8, just because I like
You
my
can play
progressive
gent.
and, yeah, exactly. Love my gent, mate.
So you basically be
periphery
Meshuggah.
and- No. I like my
Yeah,
melodic gent. Like periphery is
Okay,
probably
I
my
recently
favourite.
like kind of I don't know what it was. Like I got into 2 genres over lockdown, and that's like 50s instrumental jazz, like Miles Davis and John
Oh, Miles
Coltrane,
Davis, yeah,
and
yeah.
very early death metal. And those 2 I've really gotten into. And
Oh yeah.
I used to be really and I was like I've no idea where it's come from. It just like it was one of those things I delved into. I got Spotify. I mean, I get Spotify to kind of like sample songs, and then I'll go and like buy the album.
Yeah.
I kind of also got back into that whole like that sort of metalcore thing of the 2000s of people like Lamb of God and Killswitch Engage.
Oh, Killswitch.
and
I'm
all that
literally
sort of thing where you
that's a t-shirt I'm wearing right now. Killswitch.
is it fantastic?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's just
Love
like
Killswitch.
they were really brutally like aggressive, but they had like great tunes and they had
Yeah,
like
definitely.
melodies that you could follow, and I really appreciate that.
Mhm.
And
Daylight
you know,
Dives
like you can
album is
sing along
great
with
for
them.
that.
Oh, it's fantastic, absolutely
yeah.
brilliant. And when they covered Holy Diver as well, they
Oh,
absolutely nailed
yeah.
it.
I got the pack on
It's a
Rocksmith,
brilliant.
and but I already knew like My Curse from and My Last Serenade and Airs of Sorrow like back when I was
My
like,
Curse is a brilliant, so
yeah,
cleverly
definitely.
written, like really
Yeah,
cleverly put together because it's almost beautiful, and then it's like suddenly just turns into like
Yeah.
like that. And they've got a really good sense of humor about themselves. Like they don't take themselves too
Oh yeah, the
seriously.
guitarist Adam. Well, I can't pronounce his
Adam
surname.
Dekowitz, is it Adam
Dekowitz,
Adam
or something
D? He's just known as Adam Dekowitz. Adam Dekowitz.
Yeah,
No
he's always
idea.
wearing like costumes
I
on
think it's
stage. and all
yeah.
that,
I
isn't
just
he? Like always having a laugh.
yeah. He just plays it up. And Howard Jones was a brilliant. I mean, when he was with him,
Oh, I
he's an
loved Howard
absolutely
Jones.
fantastic
Yeah,
singer.
that's when I saw. I've seen him
Such
like
an just
about
such an
5 times,
absolute
but every single
resonance.
time was an amazing performance. Like especially like the closer gigs. I remember seeing them at Brixton. I think it was Kyle Lang
Oh,
Academy.
whereabout was that in the well, not the Underground? What's the other one in Brixton? I'm thinking of
Kyle Lang Academy, I think it was.
Yeah, it might have. Yeah, it might have been.
What venue?
No, it's because I've
Brixton.
The
Carling
like
Academy, I think.
the academy.
Yeah, Carling.
oh the Brixton Academy, right? Because I know they always because once they rename it with a brand, I've literally got no idea where it is because it's not like the Hammers. It's like I'd still call it the Hammersmith Apollo, and I've seen loads of awesome gigs at the Hammersmith Apollo. But now it's like, oh no, you mean the O2? Like, no, I mean the Hammersmith Apollo.
They renamed
It's
it
like,
all
I don't
in like
need
2010 or some shit, didn't they?
It's like Wembley Arena. It's like it's going to be the EE Arena. It's like nobody's going to want to go there to the fucking EE Arena. It's like hello Wembley, like hello EE Arena. It's just going to be absolutely meaningless. That's not going to sound good on a live thing. Eventim Apollo. That's what it's called. Currently, sponsorship reason. Yeah, this is what happens when you like venues into the dust with fucking legality and then make them have to suck corporate dick. Sorry, that's my political side coming out there. How dare I say that?
Brixton Fridge was one of them. I can't remember which one it was, but it was called the
You ever go to any gigs at the Marquee?
Oh no.
I must have gone to like one of the last ever Marquee gigs anywhere.
What year was that?
I think that was like 2008, 2009, and I think it shut. I think it shut its doors in like 2010. I could be wrong.
I think my first.
But that was in. I was in Soho. That might have been somebody called. I think that was a band called The Answer. Or was it Marquee Club? Yeah, it was the Marquee Club. Yeah, when was it? Oh, 2008. So yeah, it must have been that year, or just the year before. I think it might have been 2007, possibly. I must have been still doing A levels. I took a mate who hates music and still does to this day, so he didn't really know what I was taking.
Hates music. Does that a
person? He's a big sports guy. We are best friends, but in terms of taste, we literally have nothing in common. But he loves rugby, sport, and politics, which is something. But we're possibly on either side because he's in the military, and I'm not. He's stationed over in Brunei. He's stationed over in Brunei, but he's a military, like he's an officer, and he was always going to be an officer because he's a clever bastard.
Yeah, my friend who I'm trying to invite onto this, he's an officer, And he had to try and get
I was about to say
clearance.
because you said you had a mate who was an officer, didn't you?
Yeah, he's probably going to come on at some point, but yeah, he's been a little bit busy, I'm guessing.
Are you allowed to discuss certain things
He had to
on a
get
public forum?
clearance.
Is he got some sort of
Yeah, so he had
to
to
get clearance?
yeah, and stuff like this. So I think that might be one of the reasons why he's a little bit cautious in regards to appearing on here. But he's a great guy. Like everyone get along with him, and he's happy to talk and just discuss things.
Well,
really, which
my
is-
mate's a great guy. You know, my
Yeah,
mate's a
yeah.
great guy. And he's in the military, and he's a proper officer, and he's he often says I'm a bit behind. But then again, I was like, well, it's
bit
to
behind
be
in
honest, when the
what?
army pays. In life, you always say you're a bit behind in life. It's like, well, dude, when the army pays your fucking mortgage, like most people
Yeah,
compared
yeah.
to you at your age are pretty far behind in life. Like they
Yeah.
pay for his house over in Brunei, and they make sure that he's always got a renter paying into the mortgage on his other half's house in Kensal Green. So it's like he never has to worry. Basically, all of his money just goes into savings, essentially. So
yeah.
so that's just not too bad. I mean,
Right, some
obviously he's
savings,
worked really
what's that?
hard for it. Yeah, what's to say? Save things. Yeah, so yeah, but he's a good lad, and I was teaching him guitar over Skype over the
Oh, that's cool.
over the
Good idea.
lockdown period, just because it could
Yeah.
happen. Yeah, he did
see-
say to me that like they were 100% like really ready to. You remember when there was that possibility of a no-deal Brexit? Like, was it late last October or whenever the initial withdrawal date was?
Oh yeah.
He said that they were absolutely getting ready to be on the streets to stop people from fighting over like the food that wouldn't be there.
Really?
So yeah, he said that this is like, I mean, he's like me, he's a Remainer, and he said that I have to take all the information as it comes, and
yeah.
so between you, me, and the Goat Post, if this doesn't work,
Might
this
be
is going to be
interesting getting
fucking
one here.
disastrous. And he said like a combined extended COVID plus a no deal, which is starting to look more and more likely as the
Yeah.
months
I
go
think
on. He
that's what
said,
they always
you
wanted,
said you
isn't
think it's
it?
bad
So-
now. You fucking wait till the 1st of January when like Kent just becomes a lorry park
Oh,
and
yeah,
nothing gets
Jesus
through.
Christ. All right, well, it looks like we're getting into
Yeah.
the actual politics things now, so...
Politics, yeah, as we
let's do it.
weave absolutely seamlessly into it's a seamless transition into
Yeah.
the politics.
No one will ever know.
You no one will ever know, do you? No one will ever know. It would just basically, I was just talking about me for the last hour.
No,
Just
no,
so
it's
I can
cool, it's cool,
monopolize the.
No, I appreciate it. It's I love my music, as you know, so it's always and obviously cool I haven't met you
Absolutely.
before, so it's a bit more about you.
Yeah.
You can be
What?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get your first name, chap. So I missed it.
Quill or Torquil.
Torquil. Is Torquil your full name,
Yeah,
and you
it
prefer to go
is.
by Quill?
Is
Yeah,
your
it
is your
is.
mother
I
a
see.
hippie or your father?
Huh?
Is your mother or father a hippie by chance? It sounds like
My dad was. Yeah, I mean.
Torquil doesn't sound very hippie-ish. It sounds more
It's-
sort of like ye olde
Tarquil?
English, well-to-do public school, doesn't it?
It's Scottish Viking, so it means like
Okay.
Thor's son, or like cauldron into the afterlife kind of thing.
Oh,
Just
that's
like an
heavy.
oldie. It's an oldie Scottish name.
you should be in a metal
basically.
band. Yeah.
Yeah, Torquil. We'll Torquil.
But yeah, definitely go by
Torque-
them.
With the
Torquil would
yeah.
be the name of a fantastic, like Scandinavian, like Viking kind of metal band that
Yeah.
have a lot of choirs, that sort
Yeah.
of thing.
No, totally. Like
I can hear
York,
that.
York,
Moving
where I'm
Temptation.
from, is obviously quite Viking, but half my family is from Russia as well, which is
Right.
like from a Viking part of Russia with a lot of Viking heritage as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Well,
so-
because I haven't seen you because you don't have a camera, but I'm going to say that in terms of Viking credentials, I think Simon beats everybody in the world, hands down.
He's definitely got the
Basically,
hair
and,
for
and
it.
did the moment I met him, the second I met him, I'm sure he won't mind me saying this. Everyone was just saying Kurt Cobain. I was like,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
fucking like
Kirk Bain,
Thor the
Jesus,
Destroyer. That was
anyone
before
would
Thor
love
was a thing.
Yeah.
I was saying Thor as in the mythical character, not the Chris Hemsworth, like kind of like like women's,
Yeah,
pinup.
Women's eye candy.
Yes, I mean, you look at him and you like, I totally understand why, like just women go to see these films. Like they're not going for the plots. I was actually having this discussion on my podcast, which is like, if you said to somebody in 2008, in 10 years' time, cool, trendy people are going to be going to the cinema to see superhero movies based on comic books
Yeah, that.
and they're going to be sitting down obsessively to watch a show
everyone
that's mostly
magically
about
becomes,
dragons and
like-
wizards and shit and Vikings, they'd be like, no way. And
Well, the
what's been the
nerds
biggest
got in a
thing in like
sneak
the
attack,
last
didn't
10
they?
years culturally? Marvel, DC, Game of Thrones. And it's like all of a sudden, all the nerdy shit that you used to get absolutely pariahed for is now the trendiest stuff in the world, to the
I
point where
think-
I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to watch either.
Yeah,
You know?
I think it's from
I'm
the
gonna
Lord
be
of the
that
Rings
person who watches
era,
the
because
stream.
that was
Are,
kind
are
of
you
getting off,
are you
didn't
a
it?
person
Really.
that hasn't watched Game of Thrones?
I am that person who
I
has
am-
not
I am
seen a
that person.
single. You are that.
I am
Yes,
also
there's
that
another
person.
person. I want to watch it until it was absolutely done. In the same way that I tell you why, and I'll tell you why I do this. And this is the thing. I don't know whether this happened to you. Do you remember when Wire came out,
Who?
Yeah.
Breaking Bad came out, and Game of Thrones
Yeah.
came out, and you would ask a mate, "What's it about?" And they'd never tell you. They just say, "Mate, you just got to watch it. Just got to watch it, mate."
Yeah.
I had that from like every angle. I was starting to tear my hair out, and I've got a lot of it to go. I was just getting so. I was like, could somebody just give me a basic premise of what it is? Because when I asked what Stranger Things was like,
I
they
love
said
Stranger
it's like
Things.
Stephen King meets E.T. I said, brilliant. That sounds like me all over. Like, I'm
Yeah.
absolutely in for that. And it's exactly what I thought it would be. And I liked it. But when it's like, so, oh, it's just brilliant. It's like Breaking Bad. I was like, could you just give me a premise? Is it a drama? Is it a historical piece? And they're like, no, you just got to watch it, mate. It's like, that's not good enough. I'm sorry. And
I
if
mean,
you
for
can't
Breaking Bad-
summarize. Yeah, but like I haven't seen Breaking Bad. I haven't seen The Wire. I haven't seen Breaking Bad. I haven't seen
mate.
Mad Men. But in
You've
my
just gotta
defense, for
see
the
it.
last 6 or 7 years of my life, I worked days, evenings, and weekends, and it's literally only in the last 18 months that I've actually had any time off.
Yeah.
So like, and I didn't have catch-up TV. The internet here has been shite pretty much until maybe, well, the last possibly 3 months or something when we moved up. So like, no smart TV until like maybe recently. So all those, everyone else was able to get straight on. Like I couldn't watch it if it was on like at 9 o'clock. I didn't finish work till like I'd start work at 8 in the morning, and then my second job wouldn't finish till like 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. So it was useless. Like it was just like, unless I could get it on DVD, I was just not, unless it was a Family Guy thing that I could just easily digest like first thing in the morning before I went to work, or like last thing at night while I was falling asleep. I just couldn't give it my time of day. Like these
Yeah.
45-minute to an hour long things.
The reason
And
I
I've
can't
become
get
that
into-
person that raves.
Oh, no, sorry. Finish.
Oh, no, carry on.
The
Yeah,
reason I was going to say I can't get into them is just American series just last and last and last, and they go on forever.
Fucking forever. Yeah,
Uh,
because they
not
want
all
to
of them,
absolutely like
though.
rig that shit to like they need to like extract
Maximise
every
it.
last little morsel of that. Yeah, because it's like
Yeah.
what amazes Americans is when I say like Fawlty Towers is our, you know, basically probably one of our biggest cultural comedies. They're like, how many series did it have? Two,
wasn't it?
6 episodes a time. So
Yeah.
there's 12 in total.
Same
You
as
know, and there was a
Spaced.
4-year gap. Yeah. Yeah, evenly spaced 6 in 75, 6 in 79, and that's it. No more, no less. And they like
I mean the TV show Spaced.
Oh, Spaced. Yeah. Simon
Spaced,
Pegg
yeah.
and
The
like-
Office. The
Nick
Office was
Offerman.
Yeah.
one series.
Like-
One series, 12 episodes, and a
Yeah.
Christmas special. you know?
12 episodes is what you want.
But The Office
for-
is
for a
one
show.
series, is it?
Yeah. 12 episodes at half an hour a time is good. I mean, there's certain things like short comedies. I think that, like, in a way, like, I can take the fact, because I love Frasier and I love Seinfeld.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they're 22 minutes over a certain
Yeah.
point. But I think that, like,
No,
once.
2 series, The
and
Office.
No, I think there was just. I'm pretty
I
sure
just-
there was
I
just
just
one.
Googled it.
Or it might have
But-
been 2. Maybe it was 2 at 6 a time, because most
Yeah, 2
British
seasons.
sitcoms only get like commission for like one series is usually just 6 episodes.
Yeah, I mean,
Whereas
a lot of
America, I think Americans have
contracts-
like 24 because it's got to be half the year.
Yeah, they usually have
So it's
like
gotta be on
contracts where you have
average
to have
20
like a certain amount of
24
seasons and
episodes.
stuff like that you sign on for, isn't it?
Sitcom. Oh, sorry, 2 seasons. Yeah, sorry. Oh, 2001. I thought it was a bit earlier than that. I'm looking. I'm going.
I remember
straight to
watching The
Wikipedia
Office
now.
at late night in my bedroom on like an old CRT black and white TV, which I used to have in my bedroom.
Fatback TV. Was it?
Yeah,
Was it one of those ones
real
that had the video
fatback.
cassette in it as well?
No, it was before that. It was like an older one before VHS inserted into.
Big silver Alba.
Yeah,
a big
it was-
a big silver Hitachi thing. I remember I had one of those TVs that had the thing in him, but it like my brother knocked it off its mount or something when he ran into my room, and from that point on, the whole screen just went purple, and we couldn't fix it, and my parents wouldn't buy me a new one, so I just had to watch every single video or whatever it was
Yeah.
purely in purple. So like I just remember like all my memories of certain things are just basically you've got this like
Purple
almost like
hue.
drug infused hue
Yeah.
because it was all purple. And I remember I was like I remember it's like we were doing a house clearance or something, and I found some adult videotapes, and I sort of
Oh,
like
yeah.
nabbed them home in my backpack.
Oh,
But unfortunately, they were all because
You're lucky.
I couldn't play them.
adult VHSs. It was a porn mag in the woods, wasn't it? That's what it was. That's where you find it.
Full video, full VHS, full.
Oh,
VHS,
luxury, mate,
you know,
luxury.
Most of it was, you know, the newest piece of art, the newest piece of foreign art studies, as we will sort of like decode it, was probably from about like the early 90s. So there was, you know, a lot of pubic hair and bad editing, you know, for most of it. But as a young lad, it was certainly an awakening to someone who definitely couldn't walk out of his street and see, you know, young women carousing about. You know, you had to sort of, you had to sort of learn standards of expectation, and also assuming like when you actually saw a real one, it's like, oh, she's not like bright purple. She doesn't look like she's, you know, having
this
blood
isn't
pressure.
real.
Doesn't look like she's having blood pressure. She's real. She doesn't look like she's having blood pressure problems either from looking like an Oompa Loompa.
You didn't like gain like a
so-
asphyxiation like fetish or anything from it, like
fetish.
just like, oh, why isn't everyone blue?
I was lucky. I'll tell you what. The amount of like, why does everyone look like a Smurf? And the amount, I'll tell you, the amount of pubic hair. I was lucky I gained a women fetish. You know, that I started to like them. It's like Jesus Christ. It's like, you know, it's like pulling us. You know, that's what I've got to work with. Like, you know, I'm not sure I can cope with that. You know, but back then when I was a less refined man, you know, and I don't mind it so much these days. But so you know, I just remember that. But yeah, I think that the American Office has gone on for like, I'm going to check how many episodes that's gone on, because that's got to be 15 years old now.
It's 9 seasons.
9. Is it still
From
going now?
2005. I don't think so. Because I remember
Must have
Steve Carell, he left. And
did leave. Sorry, yes, he did. Yeah.
And someone else. I think, what's the name?
9 seasons.
Catherine Tate.
So 9 seasons.
For one of the seasons joined in, as well as Will Ferrell. Then Rainn Wilson, who
Tate is in
Joyce
the
Shrew.
British comedian.
Yeah. She was in the US office. She was the boss.
In the US office. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
interesting. Was she playing 201 episodes over 9 seasons? But the thing is, I've heard that it basically kept the quality up. Like that, there was.
It was actually pretty good. I didn't like the later ones, like the last 2 maybe seasons. I mean, I wouldn't say I wouldn't like them. They just weren't as polished as the other ones. Yeah, but I mean, they're still fun enough.
And this might just be like I don't like my comedy series when they start to insist on a story arc. I kind of like the episodes to kind of be self-contained. Like
there was a bit of that going on towards the end, which is, you know, my problem with it as well. So yeah, I can completely understand what you're saying there.
When you have to, to sort of follow, you know, there's a subplot or something you have to really follow. That's why, like, when people were telling me to get into Who when it came back, because I was a big fan of the original series. I had like, you know, I used to obsessively go into charity shops and try and find video tapes, you know, of the 70s, you know, John Pertwee and Tom Baker and all that lot. And I still kind of like it today. I've like, you know, you go off it and you think it's childish, and then you go back to it and you go, actually, it's kind of, you know, for the time it was well written, and there's some, you know, actually some of the episodes are good. And, you know, now it's basically science drama. I think that's what Doctor Who is basically now.
Yeah, I didn't really like it when they revamped it.
And he said, "Oh, you
2 or whenever it was." Like it was just very jarring.
I thought 2005 with Christopher Eccleston.
Yeah, I like that.
Keeping each episode as an individual thing. Yeah. I really liked that. But when it got to the point where like you absolutely had to pay attention to everything and you had to follow the fan fiction, it was like this is too much dedication. You're making me work too hard with this series.
And so the CGI and everything still wasn't that realistic either. So it kind of kept that Doctor Who charm, but in the modern era, which kind of didn't fit almost a little bit. With some.
I mean, the CGI was, I think, as good as they could have got it then. I think that, like, I think that they just don't bother making it that good. Do you remember? Oh God, sorry. I'm gonna I'm going to go and get a beer, and then I'm going to come back. So I'm going to try and remember what the bloody hell this series was called. Hang on a
No,
second.
it's cool. It's not like what's it called? Sliders. Cool. Have you ever heard of Sliders?
Yeah, I have actually.
Yeah, Sliders were pretty good.
I can't. It was a long time ago.
Right, I'm back.
That's quick.
Anyone? It was a
Was it
might have been 8 or
Sliders,
9
was
years
it?
ago, or maybe a bit more. It was a series like I swear it was on ITV, and it was on like late afternoons. It wasn't even on late night. It was like dinosaurs kept jumping in and out of dimensions. Do you remember this?
Dinosaurs.
Am I the only person who remember? Yeah, I swear. Like there was people like I think the Preceptor was like some sort of government agency that could open portals to like velociraptors coming through. I think it was
What?
like an ITV thing.
Oh, you're
I know.
thinking of Primeval, I think it is.
Primeval, that's the one.
With
Yeah, that's the one. Like
Hannah
so
from
the...
S Club 7. She was in it.
God, of course she was, wasn't she?
Yeah,
Bloody
yeah,
hell,
yeah.
I remember that was. I think that was a selling point because she was sort of going into her sort of looking
Acting
quite
career
sexy, and
whatnot.
I was just the right age
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
like, oh, that kind of works.
Yeah, that kind of works.
That works.
To put it
Yeah, that kind
mildly.
of works for me. Like when Billie Piper suddenly stopped being like the sort of pretty girl. I was like, oh, she's sort of starting to get to that stage.
Billie Piper
You
was
see, I
right.
never saw Sliders. You got Sliders up. I never saw this, and everybody at my school
Oh,
was like
mate.
raving about it.
Sliders was sick.
Then there was a Sliders parody on
it
Frasier
had,
that I didn't
what's his
fucking
name?
understand
From,
a word of.
yeah,
yeah,
you
I
had
do remember
fucking
that a bit.
Lord of the Rings. What's his name? The dwarf. Can't remember his name. How? Gimli.
John Reese, Gimli, Griff, John Reese Davis.
Is that his name?
I think John Reese Davis. Hang on, let me go. Gimli, I think it is.
Yeah, John Rhys Davies.
Yeah, John
that's
Reese.
it, yeah,
John
yeah.
John Reese Davis. Yeah. So
Really good
yeah,
series. It's a bit like.
was he in? So he was in Primeval.
No,
it was BBC.
No,
That's what I like.
not in Primeval. This is just another show that I thought you meant before brought up Primeval. But
No,
yeah,
Sliders was other kids at school, like, because it was one of those weird things that, like, because I went to like a weird public school
Oh yeah.
up to about 2002. Like my school finishing hours were really weird and late, so like I wouldn't get home until when I was up to about 2000. I wouldn't get home till about 6, and then after I was between about the age of 11 to 13, I'd start at 8 and then finish at 8.
Oh yeah.
You do that 5 days a week and go in on Saturday morning. So like a lot of kids shows I never saw.
Oh okay.
So for me, sometimes people go, "Oh, do you remember so and so?" I go, "No, I was never at home." Like we were allowed like 20 minutes a news round a day in the common room, and that was your TV allowance gone.
Well,
And,
Sliders was
did you
really
go
good
to?
because it had like
I went.
Oh, go on,
It was
you
a
say.
half board. It was a boarding school. It was an ex-RAF charity school. So it was initially set up. It was about 5 minutes from my house. I never boarded. I just had to stay and do the hours because that's what you had to do. So it was a public school, and my parents could afford to send me there.
Have
It's
you
called
guys
the Duke of Kent School.
have you guys seen Stand By Me?
Yeah, not in
Sorry?
years.
Stand By Me?
Stand by Me. What, the film?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I watched that in full maybe about 2 years ago.
Oh,
That's
really?
a Stephen King one that
yeah,
most
it
people
is.
don't seem to remember.
It's an
I
amazing
saw
film.
it in the cinema when it came out.
Did you? Jesus.
Really?
Christ,
How old are you? Hang on, how old are you?
Pretty old.
Pretty old.
That's-
He's not giving it away. He's
What
hang
are
on.
you?
Is
Yeah, I think.
that, is this because if you turn the camera on, we'd be confronted by like a sort of Father Christmas type,
Withering
sort of
old.
full grey? Yeah, it'd be like that. Just
He drowned
last
a-
few seconds
a
of
log
the
fire.
guy who drinks out of the cup in The Last Crusade.
I don't feel like that, but other people may see me like that.
I'm joking. I'm joking, of course. But the fact you saw a film in the cinema in 1986 either tells me you had really cool.
It wasn't
Yeah.
86, was it?
Stand by Me. Yeah, it was 86 because River Phoenix was still alive.
Yeah, definitely.
No, it was 1994.
It was Stand by
95.
Me,
It's
1986 film.
Yep, you're right.
Okay, maybe it was out in the cinema again then.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe
okay.
it was. Maybe it was the 10th anniversary
what's wrong
release,
with
and you saw
86?
it at the
Was it-
mere age of 5.
Yeah, maybe it was.
No, I was born in
Subconscious.
82, so
Okay.
it could have been 10-year release.
You could have,
I don't know.
you could have been,
Could have
yeah,
been
you
14.
could have been. I mean, it's a good film. I think what
You know the
also
fat
with
kid in it,
because
though?
I'm a big Stephen
Sorry, I just want to
King.
bring up the point that I was originally going to say. You know the fat kid in it, the one that obviously,
Yeah.
was with the whole gang. He's actually the main guy in Sliders, and he's not fat at all, and he looks
Is he?
really good. Yeah, yeah.
Wow. So hang on. So that's what you mean? Oh, so the main kid in Stand By Me that isn't River Phoenix.
The one that's I'll bring up the picture now. This guy.
Will Wheaton. Oh, hang on. You're not talking about. Will
guy.
Wheaton was Wesley in Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah, not Will Wheaton.
So River
This guy.
Phoenix died. Corey Feldman
Is now.
No,
yeah, that's Corey Feldman. And
oh,
then...
Jerry O'Connell. So that's the So I'm just looking at him on Wikipedia now.
Yeah. He's,
So he was So he's the one. It's a bit like the film The Magnificent Seven. Most people remember all the actors apart from a bloke called Brad Dexter who literally did nothing else.
Yeah.
But everyone remembers. It's like every other actor, like Clint Eastwood and all those other ones that are immediately coming to mind. Didn't really sell that very well, did I? But Stand By Me. That's. All those actors that I can't remember right now that are so memorable. But yeah, Stand By Me being a Stephen King one. Like a lot of people like Stephen King without knowing they do because they like The Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
They love The Green Mile because The Green
yeah.
Mile makes them cry. And they love Stand By Me.
Yeah, definitely.
And yet his best films are, up until it, best films that have been made have been his non-horror stuff.
That's cool.
Did you see it?
Pet Sematary with Donald Sutherland.
Yeah, Pet Sematary was okay. Oh, are you talking about the new one? Because I haven't seen the new one.
No, the old one of Donald Sutherland.
Are you sure Donald Sutherland was in it? I'm thinking it was Fred Gwynn. It was the old chap with the
Was it?
The old guy and the girl who was Tasha Yar from TNG. Funnily enough, going back to that Pet Sematary, Cemetery 2019 film. I did because the new one had that guy from Third Rock from the Sun, whatever, John something or other.
I used to love that.
Third Rock from the Sun. I never watched it. It was like one of those things that I always like switched on because it was just before something else. But I always saw the end of it, like in the same way that I never really.
Oh, okay.
I didn't.
Fred Gwynn.
Fred Gwynn, yeah. Fred Gwynn was more well known for being in the Monsters.
Oh, the Monsters. He was, yeah, of course he was. Yeah. That makes more sense now.
Yeah, you don't want to go up that road. No one wants to go up that road, don't you know? You know, he's got that proper New England accent going on.
Yeah.
And that's where he became well known for that. But yeah, Pet Sematary is all right as an adaptation, but the book is fucking terrifying.
Oh,
I've never read anything where like I've actually been scared to turn the page because I can feel whatever. It's the same with Christine, and the fact that I'm saying that about a book is, you know, Stephen King's just got an amazing ability.
The book that I read was The Shining.
I've not read The Shining. Really I saw The Shining for the first time, and the worst thing is that because I'd seen like too many parodies of it, I started laughing at bits that were meant to be really serious. Because when you like, I think it's the Simpsons parody, and I've seen like the Family Guy parody, and that. So the problem is that like when the blood comes out of the lift, I just think of Mr. Burns going, "That's funny. The blood usually comes out of the 7th floor."
Yeah. Stephen King. The Shining book is actually really good. It more focuses on Danny and hallucinations.
Well,
a bit more...
I know that Stephen King said he didn't like what Stanley Kubrick did with it, and he made his own version, like a TV miniseries. I think maybe about 10 or 13 years ago, and he said that was truer to life.
Okay.
Stand, which is a really long book because it's a proper epic. It's like all 3 Lord of the Rings combined into one really, really thick book, and it's brilliant read. The basic premise is, funnily enough, a bit worrying to think about considering what's going on in the world right now, is that a virus wipes out 96% of the planet, basically.
Oh, yeah.
And there are only a few people left over, and it's like bits of society that are left over, like all the good people get into one group and all the bad people get into another group, and it's like how they sort of find their way together and how they sort of come together to sort of basically fight. And there's a chap who may or may not be kind of like resembling Jesus, and there's another chap who may or may not be sort of basically Satan. Meant to be representing the devil, and they eventually all clash in a but it's basically like, you know, America is a wasteland and people are just, you know, walking to shelter and safety, and people are dropping like flies left, right and center.
I'm sure people have drawn parallels between that and current affairs.
They did, and also with the Dean Koontz thing, which I'm sure that you saw, and I think Dougal was quite quick to like point out that it was, you know, kind of it was quite easily debunked, because Dean Koontz, who's basically always been kind of like a runner-up to Stephen King in the horror movie department, horror book rather, wrote something about, like, he came up with the idea of in 1981, like a little short story where virus gets released from a lab in Wuhan.
Yeah, I remember.
Which, of course, the
Like-
second that was, somebody saw that in a book, it was straight across. Oh, it's planned.
It's
But
like
the fact of
Matt
the matter is, they've
Groening
had
thing,
a
innit? Matt
microbiology
Groening.
lab in Wuhan that's been famous since the early 50s. It's not exactly like chances of something coming from that would be slim. He just
Yeah.
chose like a well-known kind of microbiology lab in those circles and just picked a name out of the hat. It could have easily been, Seattle or fucking Munich or something.
Yeah.
Have
What's
either
your-
of you two seen either the original Utopia or the new one?
Utopia.
No?
Yeah.
That's ringing a bell, and but I can't. I don't think I have. When was the original one? It's
2013, like British
2000.
Utopia.
Let's have a look. Utopia.
No, I
Uh,
don't think I.
1
I'm
month
not
ago.
very good.
Apparently it's
I've
on Amazon
lost my
Prime.
ability with British series quite recently. I don't know what it is.
So, this is the American version of it, the remake kind of thing.
Oh, is that the one that's on
Right.
Amazon Prime?
But definitely watch it because it's a bit more accessible. But the British
Right.
version is better. But yeah, it's all well. The first one is about a virus. The remake is about pandemic, and it was written before the pandemic, but they've just released it, kind of thing. So it's proper on the nose.
Okay, so Channel 4.
That's
looks-
pretty good.
Yeah.
But stick the trailer on for like the first one. If you've never seen this, it's absolutely.
Well,
one of the
this is
best.
season 1 in 3 minutes,
is it?
so I'll put it on. You
Oh,
guys can watch quick.
Yeah, probably do a trailer rather than
Oh, really?
season. Yeah, I mean it might have
Is it?
spoilers.
Oh, yeah,
What's if you had to say if it's like anything else? Is it like anything else that's been before that it could be compared to? Or
Not that I know about. It's very conspiratorial,
okay,
very dark,
Okay.
very colourful.
is it kind of like sort of what you might call a bit post-apocalyptic type thing? Is that
Well,
its
it's probably-
sort of take on things?
It's not post-apocalyptic. It's what causes the post-apocalyptic, maybe.
Oh right, okay. So it's not the after effect. It's like what heads,
Yeah.
like heading there.
Yeah, so
Right, okay.
I'm
I've
just gonna
seen the
toilet
trailer
quick,
for
then I'll
this
put
on
the
Amazon
trailer on.
Prime.
I definitely,
Yeah, it looks interesting.
but
There
the
are just
British
too many series.
The British version is a lot better though. But
So it's the British version is better, but the American version is more accessible.
yeah.
To
it's a bit
be
more-
fair, I would say that things like the reason that 28 Days Later is so effective as a horror film is because for British people, it's a zombie film that's on their doorstep, so you can relate to it. You can't really relate like when the zombies take over the small all-American town and start killing cheerleaders and guys in pickup trucks. Like you don't relate to it as a Brit. However, when you see the footage of the crazies running across like Waterloo Bridge, like that actually really hits home. That becomes like really sort of salient, and it's like, ooh, that's chilling because that's literally I've walked up and down that bridge, or I've been in that building, or I've stood on that corner, and that's why that kind of like it's got a bigger effect, really.
love
So I
20
think
Days Later.
would you say
Cillian
that's what
Murphy.
makes the British version better because it's a bit closer to home?
It's also they don't spell everything out quite as like obviously as well.
Because we're not Yanks, we don't need it fucking spelled out for us. We don't need to, we don't
barbecue.
need to be talked down to as if we're fucking inbred hicks,
Well, maybe that's part of it, and maybe the other one is too raw. Maybe you could have that, but I don't think it is. I think it's pretty perfect. But
Well, like British, my American friends say they kind of like British things because they don't sugarcoat stuff. So like they don't sugarcoat the shittiness of life. Like they don't
tragedy,
try
yeah.
and not everything has to have like a nice shiny all singing all dancing gloss on
Yeah,
it.
it's not always
that's
a
kind of what
hero
they
and
say
stuff
that-
like that. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, exactly. But I was saying I was having this discussion on I think a podcast that I accidentally deleted with a friend of mine, so it's still fresh, so it's not out there anywhere else. But if you look at American sitcoms versus British sitcoms,
Mhm.
the British sitcom is always like somebody who's got absolutely nothing to lose because they're penniless or they're at the bottom of life, and they can stand to just like go up a
Laughing at the
tiny
misfortune.
section.
Yeah.
And in America, it's always somebody who's mega successful who might have to like kind of deal with a bit of annoyance for a while. So if you look at like Frasier is a successful psychiatrist. Jerry Seinfeld's meant to be basically a comedian who earns a decent amount of money, but he's held back by his friends. Everyone loves Raymond. He's a successful sports writer. Like nobody ever struggles for money.
Yeah.
If you look at like Only Fools and Horses over here, or Open All Hours, or
Hello, Hello.
Porridge, like people have literally got nothing in their lives, and they stand to maybe like make a little bit extra, but they've always got to come back down to like having an acceptable nothing by the end of it. And the same as in American sitcoms, they've always like they end up with a problem, but they end up sort of solving it, but still, you know, having
Well,
plenty left over
it's
by the
more
end
of
of
like
it.
the real struggles of life. I mean, you know, one of my favorite US comedies is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which has got
That's
that.
very different though. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah, definitely.
totally
That's what I
that
mean.
thing is
It kind
that's
of
all out the
grabs
rule book.
from.
And you don't technically none of those characters are likable.
Exactly.
Like
That's
they're all
what I mean.
pretty
That's what a British thing typically would be.
When it
You know.
clicks. That's when Always Sunny in Philadelphia clicks, is when you realise you're not actually meant to like empathise with the characters.
for them.
Yeah. You're like, that's a
No,
fucking
but like they
idiot.
said that Seinfeld is kind of the same. Like Seinfeld, they said was very much the precursor to that because they're all very self-centered, very self-interested people. Like, and my dad tried to watch it, and he said, "Well, I don't like this as much as you said I would because like I don't like the people in it." Like and
Yeah.
he said the thing is with Frasier, like you are rooting for everybody in there, despite the fact they're quite highfalutin and sort of like airy fairy, but you are sort of rooting for them to succeed.
Yeah.
And in a way that's what makes someone like Basil Fawlty from Fawlty Towers like the anti-hero, because he's such a vile human
Overbearing,
being.
Yeah.
you just kind of hope that he just gets away with whatever he's planning, or so that's kind of it. And the same with Del Boy is he's a bit of a chancer. And then someone like David Brent. Like David Brent is he's unlikable because everybody's met somebody like him.
Yeah, definitely.
When he does embarrass himself, like you kind of feel a bit vindicated. So there's that kind of comedy where there's heroes and there's anti-heroes. And Seinfeld, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, they are anti-heroes. So in a way, like you're not rooting for them to succeed. You're just kind of like, I just want to see how bad it gets. Like you just want to see what the absolute worst thing that can happen happens to those people.
And I think both do great on that. Like, you know, especially It's Always Sunny. Oh, well, I like series that have like one-off episodes. You know, one that you can just standalone episodes and stuff like that. And when you have
don't have to know about the overarching whatever,
yeah,
you know,
and you can just watch the.
I think Always Sunny in Philadelphia has been
funnier.
really good at that. Like they've actually been really good at like up until the new series on Netflix. I don't know why. Like I tried to start watching it and then I ended up being called away, and I'd forgotten I'd almost forgotten it existed. But that's
not as good
series
as the previous ones, but it's
no, because Dennis is gone, isn't he?
He's gone on the last one. Yeah, I think Dennis is now out of it, but obviously the thing.
It's the one where Dennis left for a while and he was replaced by a woman for like 1 or 2 episodes, and then he comes back. And then I think like the last one I remember, the brilliant one, which was the one where Mac comes out with that ballet.
Oh yeah.
That was fun. That was just a brilliant piece of TV. I mean, that was actually quite moving. That's like one of those rare things where you go like, that's actually just like a really stirring piece of, film. I'll tell you what is a really good series, all 3 of them, but the second out of the 3 is probably the best piece of television in general I've ever seen, and that's Fargo.
Oh, Fargo. Yeah, love Fargo. With
Fargo, that was brilliant.
What's his name? Hobbit dude.
So the first series has got
what's his name?
Martin Freeman.
Yeah, it's a really good series.
The first series is very much like based off of the film, and it's just guy who's a loser. The whole element of like all 3 Fargos is that like
if you love Fargo, you have to watch Breaking Bad. I'm sorry, Ozzy, but you have to.
I know. I should
just
watch.
Do it.
I will sit there with the Netflix remote in my hand, and it will hover over Breaking Bad, and like, right, this is.
It's now or never.
If I press this button, it's now and it's like this is going to be like my life for however long now until this is all done.
Yeah. I watched 2 or 3 episodes. I just couldn't get into it.
Oh mate, you have to push.
I don't know. I just the time is over. The time's passed.
It's not past, mate. Don't do it to yourself.
I will give it time of day. I literally, at the first time ever, I literally switched the film off because it was boring me fucking rigid, and I thought I'd like it. I very rarely do that with anything now, but it was
so well done. Have you seen Dexter?
It was. Well, I looked at it and thought it'd be right up my street because I love like American dramas based on history, and it was Leonardo DiCaprio being J. Edgar Hoover. I think it's just called Hoover. And it just didn't go anywhere. Like I stuck with it for a full hour, and I was like, "This is just fuck this. Like this is just so boring." Like I just thought they don't even go into his cross dressing. I thought, when are they gonna mention the fact that he liked to like walk around in ladies' underwear? Like that. I thought that was going to be at least one of the interesting bits. But yeah, I literally just gave up. Like I might go. It's still on like the to finish list on Prime, so I might go back to it.
Yeah.
Shall we discuss the most thing that's happened today that we know
What? The Donald Trump COVID.
as COVID-19?
Yeah.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
I would say there's a 70% chance he's got it and a 30% chance he's bullshitting.
I think he's
would
definitely
say
got
that
it
as
because
well.
the people
But
that
do you
he's
think
been
that-
in contact
do you
with,
think he's
not-
journalists,
I hope
and
he's
we
not
know who
bullshitting,
gave it
is
to
my
him.
take.
Or
Do you
not the
hope for
person.
once that he's actually telling the truth?
Well,
Once-
He's gotta
if he's
be.
not, I mean, if
He's
he is
gotta be
bullshitting,
telling the truth.
That'd be pretty disastrous anyway.
But do you think, because I don't think he believes he ever loses, so it'd be a weird thing that I could only think that he would have done that because somebody advised him and said, I know you keep thinking that you're always winning, but you did. Not that Biden came out of that debate with much grace or favour either, but
Well, he's got
I don't.
He's got the
Yeah, he
US's
basically
best
came out less
healthcare
worse.
that he's paid what $750 was it
Dollars in tax over in
and
one
yet
year, and then
he's
nothing
getting
over
the
the next 15.
presidential
But
like
stuff like that just
healthcare.
doesn't affect him. Like
It's like the thing is, it's
Temple.
like people try and make that into a thing, and I think what people have to realize is that he could. Oh, so something disaster happened there. Someone falling
sorry,
over.
just-
You getting a bit
not
drunk and
something-
rowdy.
yeah, that's it.
He's
Fucking
starting
Trump.
to throw shit around.
Yeah.
Fuck this. Fuck this. Just
Oh.
like, God damn it. In my taxes, but like, you have to realize that like, there's no his 35%, his cult. Let's just put it honestly. There's nothing he could piss on their children's faces, and they would think they'd been blessed. Like absolutely, and it's not about
It's no
him doing
accountability.
good for America. It's about him spiting people they don't like.
Yeah, well,
It would
they just
burn
want the winner, don't they? They're just rooting for the winner.
Yeah.
They want to win everything.
Your mate said on that first one we did, he said they would happily burn their own houses to the ground just to know that like a neighbor they didn't like got caught in the flames.
Yeah, I know,
You know,
right?
it's that level of spitefulness and nastiness, and also when they're in the Fox News bubble now, essentially what it might be, you know, the InfoWars bubble, the QAnon bubble, they're never going to hear an alternative. They can dismiss the alternative as fake news. They can just live in this cult, and it's quite possible that they can, you know, do normal everyday things, but just absolutely never believe a bad thing about a man who wouldn't, ironically, in an inverse to what I said earlier, wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire and it would put them out.
Yeah, definitely.
And when people try and make this virtue signaling of like, look, it's getting through to nobody. Nobody gives a shit. Like, everybody sort of knew that was the case. I mean, it absolutely did not surprise her. Did it surprise you when you found out?
Well, no, because of everything that he's, you know, all the actions
Said
he's
or
taken.
done.
Yeah, exactly. anything.
There was no evidence apart from everything he's ever said or ever done. Apart from that, there was no evidence.
But that's going to be his case, isn't it? Really, like that's his case in most.
Yeah, and of course, and
most
what
things.
can they do? They could say, well, he was clever. He grifted the system, and we don't believe in taxes anyway because we think taxes are theft and some libertarian bullshit or whatever they want to call it. You know, because they just like, the tax is mine, my money, it's mine. Just let me have all the money. So if he does avoid paying taxes, they think that's brilliant. They think that he's
I've seen many interviews
that came
people
up
have had.
before he was elected. I remember that they had Rudy Giuliani on the news. They said, "What
"Oh,
do you think about the fact
fucking
that he's
Rudy!"
avoided that?" I said, "I think he's a genius. I think he's a goddamn genius."
Amount of times
So,
that Rudy has given the press exactly what they wanted, just by accident. He just blurts out whatever. Like even during the Miller report and that, he was just telling them everything they wanted to know.
Well, it's just like, yes, it's a crime, but only if we accuse him of it. It's like, that's pretty much what we're trying to do. Really.
Yeah,
But, like,
thanks for that. Yeah.
Stick with the program. Rudy Giuliani used to be quite respected on all sides, but he just became this weird Trump sycophant, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's
weird,
he's like a bit like Trump light, really, isn't he? He just doesn't know. He just speaks before he thinks.
I'll tell you what got him. I mean, because he was mayor during 9/11, like there was basically someone said unless he'd literally like
didn't Trump
gone to the
lie to
site
say
and
that
shat
he was
himself and
there
pissed
in
himself.
9/11? Sorry, no, it was a separate. Didn't Trump say that he was down on
Trump-
ground floor, ground zero?
No, Trump on that day there is full on footage. You can find it. I absolutely believe Trump. Oh no, I'm going to find this now. Make sure you can find it.
Yeah.
Literally hours after it went in, Trump on 9/11. He's being interviewed. I think it might be on something like Howard Stern or something like that, and they're trying to be serious about it. And he just went, I think he said, well, you know, it was a very tall building, and now I've got even taller buildings, so now my building's the tallest. So no reaction to like everybody, like thousands of lives have just been lost in like the worst as yet unknown quantity terror attack that's ever hit this country.
Just like me.
Here we go. Here's the exact quote. Here I'm looking to look at the exact quote here. On September the 11th, 2001, just hours after terrorists brought down the World Trade Center, Donald Trump seemed to brag that one of his buildings was now the tallest in downtown Manhattan. And here's the quote, inverted commas. I'm going to do it. I mean, 40 Wall Street was actually the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually before the World Trade Center, the tallest. And when they built the World Trade Center, it was known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. He said on local TV station WWOR. The interview came under scrutiny during Trump's 2016 presidential election. Trump's claim that the building was then the tallest in downtown Manhattan wasn't even accurate because the nearby 70 Pine Street building is 25 foot taller than Trump's 40 Wall Street.
That's going down.
Although Trump's building. So he basically bragged about something that he didn't even have the bragging rights to in the most instant time he could have done it. So like even back then, he was being cunty. So and no evidence that he said he helped out with 9/11 response. So there's absolutely no evidence of that whatsoever. No idea whether that's me or whether that's something that's happening.
No. A review just reminded me that I've got a bookmark which had my name on it, which I don't really care too much, but thank you for that. I took that.
All right. There appears to be someone else joining us. Is there?
Who's this? Is it Bunton?
I can see another person.
It's Danny. Hey, you alright, mate?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good, mate. This is Ozzy, and obviously no Quill, so.
Hey, Ozzy.
Yeah.
Hey, Quill.
Yeah.
We're just
so far it's just me and. Yeah, there we go. Chat room. Oh, someone's just. Oh, is that?
So obviously, me and Danny work together, so we're on call like all day, every day.
Oh right.
Right.
Okay. Fair enough. What do you do? Are you being on call? What do you do for a living?
We make games and game related.
There's a game on Steam. Yeah, check it out.
Wow, I had no idea that you could be on call for that.
To be fair, you didn't know what Rocket League was, so.
No, that sounds like I didn't mean to dismiss your whole profession. I just didn't. I thought you were like an ambulance driver or something.
What?
Why?
Or you said,
no, I mean, on call.
Because I'm on call because you could.
Oh, okay. Yeah, everyone could be on call.
You're on like headsets and stuff like that. Yeah. Right, I thought you were like on call as in like like when firemen are just sitting around waiting for the bell to ring. I thought that was like that's you see how far out of the gaming thing I am now that I'm so far out of it. I remember that when you bought the game, like you didn't have to keep buying fucking add-ons to it, like to actually just complete the bloody thing.
DLC wasn't a thing, yeah.
Yeah. Last time I bought a game, it was in a tangible box with a disc in it. So that's about 11 years ago. I do have an Xbox, but the only game I want on it is Grand Theft Auto, and I can't get away with playing it because I get people telling me I'm not going out and earning a living, even if I am. Right. So I just saved myself the pain in the ass. I might just rent like a unit somewhere and just like put a TV and an Xbox in there so I can just enjoy it without being pestered.
Yeah, I'll make them and then it's research.
It's like, what are you doing in here? It's research. Don't open the door. Just want to steal cars. That's all I want to do. So where are you based, sir?
I'm based in Dublin. Well, just outside Dublin, actually.
He's in Southampton.
From Bournemouth originally and went to Southampton Uni with Simon.
Yeah,
okay.
Cross paths at some point.
Were you at Solent or were you at the actual proper?
No,
he knows Danny as well.
Yeah, you at the poly.
Not Danny, sorry, Dougal.
Yeah,
you both know Dougal as your. So yeah, we were talking about obviously Trump getting COVID. So what do you think's next?
We were going to talk about the tax cuts until I think the tax breaks until probably well, probably this morning, I think.
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about just Donald Trump just for a second, just because I don't think we covered all of it. I mean, in regards to what would happen if you get ill, was it Nancy Pelosi, or
Well,
obviously
Mike
Mike
Pence
would be.
If Mike Pence has to isolate as well, I think the rule is that Nancy Pelosi has to step in, which isn't a vast step in a great direction because she's pretty ineffective as it happens. I mean, she's, she says she resists and then she votes through every single fucking thing he wants to put through. And she claps him sarcastically and acts like she's doing his stuff. She's kind of like, she is a massive self-publicist who believes that she's actually like some sort of opposing force to him, and she doesn't actually do a fucking thing unless it can be caught on camera.
Yeah, she's definitely part of the problem, unfortunately.
She's an ineffective centrist. That's all she is. Like, if somebody actually comes up with a good idea, she immediately rejects it and says it's too crazy. And then if Trump comes up with a bad idea, she go, that's bad, but I'll still vote it through because I don't want to be uncivil. Her and Chuck Schumer, those two people are just like, it's one of those things like they have no reaction time. Like they'll be reacting to like a thing from 6 months ago, and then by that we'll have like umpteen new problems. But because they're just so slow and lethargic and they're so establishment that they just don't get any fucking thing done. Because they're like the only gatekeepers of the shit that he wants to put through, that he does anyway. They act like if they so much as like say, we need to review it, we'll put it through anyway, we need to review it. Hey, we're resisting. But they're not. They're not resisting at all. Bernie fucking Sanders is resisting. He's actually putting up a fight. Fucking Tulsi Gabbard's resisting. These are the people who are doing it.
I'm a big Tulsi fan. I'm a big Tulsi fan.
So am I. And what was all that bullshit about her being a Russian asset because she was the second she came out with being anti-war? It's like, get fucked. MSNBC and CNN and all that, they're just like, people think that they're liberal. I was like, you have no fucking idea what liberal means if you think CNN and MSNBC.
Supposed left going up against her and shit. And it's like, you are just neoliberals.
You must have been doing the right thing. Yeah, of course, everyone's like banging on, oh, Mayor Pete, Mayor Pete. It's like, so what? He's gay. Who gives a fuck? There's gay Republicans. There's black Republicans. It doesn't mean they're not shitty people. Yeah, it doesn't mean they're not ineffective people.
Was it Milo? What's his name?
As well,
Milo Yiannopoulos is like an absolute disgusting cunt. And he's like, and he's just lives to piss people off, like to just be a shitty little turd on society's shoe. And he's gay.
I watched a debate with Milo and Destiny. Do you know Destiny? Steven? I can't remember his name, but he's a massive Twitch guy. Destiny. You should look him up. He's got quite good debates with quite a lot of people actually. Stephen Chowder. I think do you know
Chowder?
Yes, yeah.
That non comedian that calls himself a comedian. Yeah.
I've watched some disgusting videos of him like, harassing like an artist, was painting stuff, which is. Anyway,
he likes. I'll tell you what Stephen Crowder likes to do. He likes to like bring his camera. He likes to sort of like just like kind of like push people in the shoulder blades. And then the second they turn around and like rightly punch him, like he gets the guy to like, right, film now. Oh my God, I was attacked by left-wing extremists. It's like, yeah, show the bit that other people have voted where you literally are just like punching them in the back of the head. It's like the whole TMZ thing. It's like what he wants to get is like the reaction footage and not what leads to it. That's what he's so fucking dishonest about. Yeah, it's like every time he goes to some event or something and he says he's attacked by, liberal leftist Antifas or whatever he wants to call it, there's always like 6 other videos of him just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Can I punch you in the back of the head? Can I punch you in the back of the head?
Gun Girl, where they just go out to antagonize people. Do you know Gun Girl?
Oh, yeah, the girl who shat herself. Yeah,
that's the one, yeah.
I can't remember. It's a shame because she's actually like, if it sounds like a terribly sexist thing to say, but like if she had a totally different attitude, she'd be somewhat attractive, but she's got a horrible fucking attitude.
I don't know. Like
I would not give her time of day.
Yeah, she goes to all these universities and videos herself basically being ridiculed and like schooled in so many different areas. It's crazy.
I did like that one of those 2 black girls who she's talking to is like, you make fun of that girl? It's like, yeah. It's like, I am that girl. You still gonna make fun of me? Like, well, you're a bitch, so yeah. Literally
Straight
just
up.
like did not like miss a beat. Like, well, you still shit, so yeah, I'm gonna keep saying it. It's like, good on you. And there was the person like, can't you see that there's a guy just minding his own business? And she walks up to her and is like, can't you see that there's just like, this is a tinder box. Like the Antifas are getting ready to attack. Can't you see there's chaos in the air? And he's like, oh, it all seems pretty calm to me. I think you've come here looking for trouble. So if you want to make trouble, you're probably going to go and make it anyway. I don't care. So it's literally like, you have literally come here looking for trouble. So I'm not going to give you time of day and like, try and like basically let you roll me up or
Yeah.
pretend that there's any riding up to do.
So,
Yeah, my mate who does do the podcast with me is absolutely convinced that Antifa is fully organised
oh,
and that it's
what?
like all come down from.
Oh,
Yeah, he absolutely.
That's
But you know,
propaganda at its best, though,
in
isn't
the-
it?
yeah, but it's like so a loosely based. I mean, I did say to him, which I never got a reply on. It's just said, why is it that when people like, why do you think people would need to be funded to be part of Black Lives Matter? Do you think people honestly need a monetary incentive to defend themselves? You know, do you think you need to be do you need to be bribed to say, please don't shoot people like me anymore because we look the way we do? You know, do you actually think that people need to be bribed to have that mentality?
Like, I was speaking to someone I know, and they were like convinced that it was China stirring up shit. And I was like, well, it's not China shooting black people, is it? Like,
it's like, yeah, Charles, they're being
the-
funded by. It's like, why do you think like? So if you're in like a black community or something, and you just literally can't walk down the fucking wrong street without like some stupid Karen calling the police on you, and then you get 17 warning shots in your back, and you know, as the thing from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air goes, you think you need to be incentivized by money to fight against that, or do you need to be incentivized by the fact that you don't want to be shot? You know, what of the two is it likely to be? Never got an answer to that,
100%.
even to
100%.
yeah. And in the meantime, it's like, hey, there's a thing to open up this economy, and there's a load of guys, like mostly white guys, waving guns at policemen's faces, and those policemen are just literally standing there, just being absolutely, you know, still and yeah. Oh, is this the thing you use to make your room look amazing?
Yeah. I just
I might
plugged
have
in
to get
because
one of these.
someone in the chat was just
Is
saying
that
he
all it
wants to
costs?
know.
32 quid.
Yeah.
So cheap.
Exactly. I basically got two of them because the first one that I've been putting on stream until just now doesn't have the lasers that move because it stopped working after a little time. So I contacted the guy who's Florence or whatever. What was that? Sorry.
Well, we used to have these things called Moonstars in the band.
Oh, yeah.
They were what they did is that, you know, like quite straightforward, like disco. They stopped making them, and I have no idea why. Like they just decided that they weren't going to make. Oh no, sorry, they are still making them. They're called Moonstar Laser Stage. What they do is they give like a blue background that kind of shimmers like it's underwater, and then they put like red and green stars over the top of the shimmering, so it kind of looks like you're looking at. It kind of looks like you're looking at a starry night underneath the water. It's really cool. For some reason, they just stopped making them for years, despite the fact that we probably bought like 6 or 7 of them. And you just like you could light up the roof of the Savoy with those. They were so good, and they only cost like it was 80 quid a time or something. So over the years, we maybe bought. But great, and everyone used to say, "Where can I get one?" I used to be like Maplins, but Maplins doesn't exist anymore.
Oh yeah, I remember when they shut down. I got so many batteries. I got about I can't remember. I think it was like £6 for a box of like 24 packs
It was
of
so
batteries.
good.
Yeah, it's great.
Literally, I mean, I would understand if they just reduced the amount of shops they had, but nobody else does what they do, and no one else ever did.
And they used to sell a lot more like components and stuff. Do you know what I mean? For making your own electronics and stuff, and then
yeah, exactly. So if you had an interest in home electronics, you could like that was really helpful to, you know, if you're a kid trying to get into electronics, how brilliant! I loved the Maplins catalog when I was a kid. I always used to like make the robot, or I wanted to make the, you know, like the gadgets, the little gadgets, like, you know, build your own little engine that would technically work with water or something, and it would show you how it all worked. I was well into that.
But they lost their way a little bit and just started selling like Chinese low quality crap instead of like
good
quality stuff.
Who doesn't anymore? Like
it's true. But like
who doesn't not sell Chinese quality crap?
Yeah.
Do you remember we got the smoke machine and disco lights from their song?
Oh yes, I've still got those. I don't have the smoke machine. I've still got the fucking what's it called, the strobe light. I've got somehow, I don't know, along the years, you know, of us partying and whatnot, I picked up another one, so I've got 2 of those strobe lights, and I don't think I've used them, but I've got it somewhere in the box.
I've got so many stage lights and stuff like that. I mean, it's just all sitting gathering dust at the moment. But I've got these awesome. We bought these awesome things for the rock band, and they're called Fog Fury jets. And what they are, they're smoke machines, but they only do very quick bursts of what is essentially water vapor. So it dissipates after about maybe 7 or 8 seconds. Beneath it comes out is an LED panel, and you can change the color even as the smoke's going up. So the smoke basically looks red or blue or green or something.
Cool.
So we just have like, sometimes you do a gig and you could give it to the lighting guy and he'd loop it into the system. So if something like we did like Alice Cooper's Poison and we wanted kind of like a spooky vibe, he set it on green. So he'd like give off like this green smoke.
Yeah, cool.
And then if we were like doing like a big finale for like a big it just the bass player had a foot controller and he could like stick it on like full red and just it would just absolutely just explode in red. And you know, if you put the lasers through it as well, it looked absolutely fantastic.
Well, when me and Dan had a party once, we had a friend called Charlie. What happened was, we were all pretty drunk at this point.
Was he a small stoner guy?
No, he was a very tall, not very
It's not
stoner
the-
guy.
It's
no.
quite straight cut.
Yeah, and basically what happened is we were having a party. It was getting quite late. We thought we'd bring it indoors a little bit, so we had the lights going, we had the smoke machine, and then he brought out a red smoke grenade and just let it off in the middle of the floor, which like burnt a massive hole in the floor, and it basically no one in the room could like move because it was just choking out everyone. So
Yeah, and then my door got kicked in because someone thought I was still in my room because I locked my door.
What did
Yeah, and I
someone,
blamed it on Stan, but
think
it
that
was
you were going to
actually
be
me.
burned alive in the fire of the...
Yeah, basically.
Where were you guys? Were you in Morris Road or somewhere like that?
Close. It was
What's the road called?
Wilton.
Wilton, yeah,
Wilton.
yeah. Wilton Avenue.
Wilton Avenue. I used to live on Harbour Road and then Devonshire Road, but yeah, there's parties all down.
I remember
Wilton and
I remember Devonshire Road. I remember Devonshire Road, Wilton Avenue, Southampton. Because like, the thing was, it's just remembering every party I staggered out of in the Polygon.
Mhm.
It's just like, oh, where's Wilton Road? Oh, Wilton Road. That was the big one.
For our
That was
US
the big one.
viewer,
I
this is a Southampton kind of student area, where a lot of people.
Yeah, like
come from.
most students would like rent in this area. It's like basically like a student village.
Do you remember the Newcombe Street
It
party?
was...
That
Yeah.
shit was good.
Oh, was that the not the Jubilee? That was the Royal Wedding or something, wasn't it? And everyone
Royal
had a
Wedding, I
street party,
think.
and they
Yeah,
were
I think it was
huge.
Royal Wedding.
Absolutely, I'd left by then, but I remember it was just absolutely huge.
Yeah, you had
Where
Chris
was-
Stemp and Bitterate and all that on the decks and stuff. And at the end, I don't know who was with me. I was pretty drunk, but some guy was getting beaten the shit out of, and like loads of us had to run in and kind of stop it and stuff. Then we went to Chaos.
Jesus.
We did good at
Hey,
chaos.
chaos! I love chaos.
I broke-
Oh,
I broke my rib before.
You broke your
I
rib before it.
stooped lower. Jesus.
Yeah, I front flipped off of a
Of
food
course
truck
you
into a
fucking did.
bridge.
Oh, I saw that. When you're on the food truck. Yeah.
And then
I
went to
violated
chaos.
my standards in chaos quicker than I could raise them. I honestly, like, it's
great.
Absolutely. Morris Road. Where did my mate live in Morris Road? I'm trying to remember. I staggered out of a girl's house once, and I absolutely was totally lost. I just like there's so many
Bit of a
amount of
maze.
Polygon things that God.
Yeah.
It was it Burlington Road, Sandhurst Road, and Newcombe. Oh God, I'm looking at it on the
Sandhurst
map
was
now.
The
It's-
one leading down to Devonshire, I think. The one opposite.
was it? Yeah, it's,
Sainsbury's.
My mate lived halfway down Morris Road, and then there was Handel Terrace, which was the one on the side of that. And then once you were down there, you were straight in the straight down the guitar shop.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this now. You know, Talking Heads has moved as well.
Yeah, it
Talking
turned
Heads is now-
into what is it? What is it? Cellar
Talking Heads
Door?
is now
Cellar
up-
Door or something?
Yeah, but Talking Heads is now up near it's up near the top, near
the
where
Bronx?
the
No,
where
the
the
Bronx,
premiere. It's like
the Brooks.
my
Sorry.
stupid map's not letting me look at it in the right dimensions, but there's a polygon, so it's got that there. Oh, there it is. Right, there it is. So Talking Heads is almost up near the Giddy Bridge, sort of up near that
Oh, is
way.
it? Okay. Well, London Road up the top.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
sort of
Tesco's,
heading.
isn't
It's
it?
like past
junk.
London Road and off the top somewhere. Because I remember, like, me and my family went to go and see a pantomime at the Mayflower, and I said, if we park on Morris Road, where my mates used to live, it should be free and there'll be a space. It wasn't, and we got a ticket. But I remember on the way back, we walked along, and I remember looking at it, said, some guy was loading a drum kit into the back of his van. I said, have you just done a gig? I used to go to uni here. I said, yeah, I've just been at Talking Heads. I was like, we must have walked a fair bit. He said, no, it's there now. He just pointed across the road. I was like, when did it move there? It was like, oh, ages ago.
I think it was like 2015, 16, I think it was.
Must have been, yeah. So this must have been after that. So yeah, so where it is on the map now is now a picture of a house. I'm just looking at it now. It's literally just like someone's just fully converted it into a house.
Yeah.
I saw so many good bands there with my mate.
Oh yeah,
my mate set a guy on fire. My mate set a guy on fire
That's
in
another
Unit
story.
on Metal Night.
Unit.
He did.
Nice. I was a regular Unit.
Yeah,
Unit was my jam.
And he also remembered it comes up now and again on his Facebook feed as in memory, like a message that he sent to me, fancy going to see Devil Sold His Soul at Unit. And he goes, this was the night I set a man on fire, and it's just reminded me. So some guy, he's one of two people. He's Mr. Portnoy when he's friendly, and then he's Uncle Mark when he's a bit drunk. It's a bit of the old Jekyll and Hyde thing. And there was a guy with like really long stinky dreads. He had like, and he was like sort of like, he was raving at everybody how like ska metal or skank metal or whatever. It was brilliant.
Ska metal. Okay.
He was just like pushing everybody out of his way. Mark got really fussy with this, and he went, right, hold my drink.
Set him on
so
fire.
I did, and I just,
what?
literally, it was literally a hold my beer moment. And he went over and he just took his lighter out because the guy's dreads, because they were just so.
Oh, he didn't light his hair on fire. That is a dick move.
He set his fucking hair on fire, like, because his dreads were just so soaked in all this like weird oily shit.
That is the harsh. From a dude with long hair, that is the worst thing you could probably do to him. It takes years to grow that shit.
He deserved
Danny,
it. He's not a guy like you with long hair. He fucking deserved this. He was a dick. So,
okay.
And he just went to me, it's like, let's go, drink up. Let's go, drink up.
Yeah.
Do you remember I climbed into Unit?
No, that was.
How did you climb into Unit?
Oh
yeah,
you did.
You know the smoking area.
Yeah.
I climbed.
You got caught though, didn't you?
I got kicked out, and then I somehow scaled the building and climbed back in through the smoking area. And I jumped right in front of a camera.
Didn't you do that at Dungeon as well?
Shut me straight back out.
You literally looked dead at a camera, and then they came and kicked you out again.
Didn't you do that at Dungeon as well?
The determination when you're young and drunk, like nobody's gonna get in my way. Like you don't give up so easily. Like no one's gonna get in my way of having a good time. I will scale the walls and do fucking parkour to get another beer.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. I remember. Like, do you remember? You and Rich didn't have IDs, and we climbed into.
The back of that was a dungeon as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, the dungeon. Yeah, we climbed through over some.
Yeah,
roof,
because you chose a path which is like, you chose the worst path. Me and Richard found the easiest way, and we just waited for you, and you were like covered in scratches and shit. It's like, yeah.
I only went to the dungeon once, and I heard it was a really good like rock and metal club, and I really missed out. I don't know why.
It's like a sports bar now.
I went there with
it's fucking tragic. But
is it a sports club now? Is it?
Yeah, sports bar.
I remember I went there with a girl that I was after, and she was definitely more into another guy, so it sort of tainted it a bit for me back then. So,
mate,
yeah,
puppy loved the way.
Chased her for a whole year. Should have figured that one through.
I never remember a night from Dungeon because it was always 50p for vodka and lemonade.
Yeah.
Like 6 of them.
So basically, a tenner can get you in the hospital quite quickly.
Literally, every night was a blackout.
Yeah.
I can't remember. We used to go out every single fucking night. I used to, and in second year, I lived with 3 guys from Herne Bay, and they just liked to stay inside and watch Sky Sports Rolling News. They didn't like going out. If they did, they'd need like a whole month to recover. I can't believe I was the guy of all the people. Like I was the guy who used to go out and just like, right, I'm out again. It's like, you going out again? It's like, I don't want to watch fucking like Everton plays Blackburn Rovers or whatever the fuck it is that your guys watch.
It's like Monday it was chaos, Tuesday is Unit, Wednesday
Monday was chaos, Tuesday's Unit. No, Thursdays. Thursdays was Metal Night at Unit. Yeah. Tuesdays you could go out to like Buddha or something. Wednesdays, me and the girls, I used to go out with my girly mates to. What was the gay club called? Because it was always really cheap.
Edge is pretty good on Wednesday.
Because I lived opposite Sobar in Mary's Road.
Yeah.
That was just basically a pub for sad old gay men to just sort of stare into beer. I mean, basically there wasn't anything about it that was kind of like LGBT apart from the drag show once a week. It was just a bar basically.
Just go to toilet quick. in a bit.
And
Wednesday
yeah,
night chaos was for us.
I'm like the fact that Chaos was so delightfully shitty and lowbrow. I just miss places like that. And it's just like you'd always just try and run to like get there for like 9:59, so you get in for nothing.
Yeah.
Was it night? Am I right in thinking I can't remember whether this is not an urban myth, but didn't like one of the like sort of ex-Borstal, like ex-prison chaps who used to be on security like paralyze someone by kicking them out and throwing them on their spine or something? Or was that just an urban myth that I heard?
Quite possible. They were quite beefy.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I'm absolutely sure that I heard that like that was part of the reason why Chaos got shut down, because one of them just basically massively overreacted to someone.
So
and just
I actually know the whole story
threw
to
them
this.
out. You know the whole story?
Yeah, so it's actually true. So someone basically, a bouncer basically curbed some guy, which I think hit his neck or his back, and he was paralysed. The club didn't get shut down for it. The bouncer got in some trouble for it. But I don't know if you know Anthony, who used to be a bouncer for the dungeon as well as Unit and the Hobbit. It's a kind of a beefy ginger bowl guy.
There was a guy who was like seemed to be bouncering at, if that's a word, at all clubs, and I started to get to know him.
That guy, I actually work with him now at well, I won't say on a stream where I work, but yeah, I work with him. He's an awesome guy. He is I don't know if he'll mind me saying this, but he has not really been doing much bouncer work recently. He's kind of settled down into a normal office job and family job. Family kind of vibes. But yeah, he told me that one of the guys basically got curb stomped outside Chaos. It was Bill and I can't remember Bill and Irene, who used to run the Chaos. Used to run Chaos. And yeah, they was able to carry on. And me and Dougal done a night at Chaos after all this happened. It was probably about a year. This is when Chaos and the whole.
You say done a night? You mean like visited it or worked behind the bar or something?
No, we put on the night, as in Dougal hired.
You ran it.
Yeah, we ran it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dougal hired like a famous person who was in the pop charts at the time and stuff like that. Body Rocks, is that right? Yeah, Body Rocks.
It would have made no difference to me then or now, but I'm sure that he was very popular for the time being.
Yeah, I can't remember, but
Mr.
basically,
Hudson. I remember when. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so yeah, we put on the night, and there was, I think it was Tiny Temper was playing at another venue, and no one turned up to ours, and it was like 5 people.
Hey, I remember when Mr. Hudson came to Oceania, and I had no idea who the hell he was, and then someone told me, like, yeah, and he's just a guy who's blonde.
I think
that's literally
I'm a guy who's blonde.
I think I was there.
No. What, you were in Oceania that night? I was just
yeah.
Swear the guy passed by me and I was like, Mr. Hudson, because I never really like paid that much attention, because I was back then I was like very musically elitist, so I was like I only like older stuff, and I still don't listen to the charts now unless it's a song I've got to like download for a gig or something. But
yeah.
I was just like, I don't know him, aren't I amazing? And I don't think anyone gave a shit. And I was like, I probably should have pretended to know him. Like, more women would have talked to me. But yeah, but like, who was the guy? Who was the DJ who like lived down there and used to go to Oceania, like used to have a set Oceania all the time? Rapper of some sort.
Oceania.
That's going to annoy me. Southampton rapper.
That sounds familiar. Craig David, obviously, was.
It wasn't no, but it wasn't Craig David. It was someone who literally used to. He just always did. He was always doing like a set. Oceania. Southampton Oceania. That's going to annoy me because he was always there. Because he got to the point where it's like, oh, it's him again.
It wasn't Tiny Temper then, because he's from Southampton.
I don't think it was Tiny Temper. It was like more of a sort of early noughties kind of like he'd been quite successful in the early noughties, like sort of as a in that same era as Craig David, and I can't think of what the bloody hell his name was. It's going to annoy me now. It's really going to annoy me because I'm going to remember like in the middle of tomorrow, and I'm going to send it to you posthumously. It was that guy. If anyone's watching this stream eventually, or you get to watch
Well,
the
there's 6
video, and you
people
remember
watching at
who
the
that guy
moment.
was.
So anyone can help him out. That'd be great.
If anyone can help me out, and I'm like, I'll sleep easier tonight knowing that like I remembered the name of a rapper I didn't pay attention to the first time around. But yeah, the thing with the Trump thing and the corona, I have a horrible theory.
Oh yeah.
A pretty horrible. Right, so my theory is this, and the worst thing is that I was thinking it, and then somebody came on LBC and pretty much said it word for word, bit of variation here and there.
Who's that, Lammy?
I thought, well, I'm glad I'm not the It was a guest. It was someone on James O'Brien's show that rang in. I was like, fucking hell, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Is that he puts out that he's struggling through it. And then about 10 days before the election, comes out
like Jesus Christ.
Him and, you know,
like,
yeah, literally
resurrected
in a messianical way. Comes out full of piss and vinegar, says, I beat the virus. Anyone can beat the virus. Let's open America up again.
Yeah.
America opens up. He rides off the back of like a sort of like resurrection type kind of.
He'll do that if he's got it or not. Like,
the worst thing is, like, if he goes through with this and he does just open things willy-nilly, like he just puts in the word that everything has to open, and you know his followers just go back to like banging on for haircuts and cheeseburgers, then they'll all go in. They won't wear masks because he's probably going to say he doesn't need to, so they're not going to do it. He gets re-elected on like a slim margin of like that little bit that maybe didn't have faith in him until he recovered from COVID, if he had it at all, which then makes them extremely gullible. By the time that he's re-elected, they still have no health insurance. They've all got COVID. They're all fucked. And then he can go into the new year and do whatever he wants. That's my theory. That's what I think what he's going to do.
Well,
just that little bit too late.
What's everyone's view on obviously him trying to the whole mailing votes
ballot thing, which could mean we might not find out the result of the election till maybe even a week after. I think it took until like the beginning of I think it took until like the end of 2000 for the 2000 election to go through, and they were still counting votes. But the Supreme Court decided while they were doing like the umpteenth recount in Florida that they just said, right, it's Bush by like 300 votes or something like that.
The John Kerry one.
Yeah, the John Kerry one was like very much a loss. I think Kerry versus
was that Al Gore?
That was Al Gore. So that was Al Gore versus George Bush Jr. I think it's like Kerry. So like Gore versus Bush margin. I think it was literally 537 votes was how much it went in favor. But his brother, as he is now, is still the governor of Florida at the time, and could actually have say upon who did the recounts. And it did go to the Supreme Court of Florida, who decided, I think it was 5-4 that it went to him. The thing is, I don't want to get like ahead of myself because I don't even like him as a candidate, but Joe Biden is currently winning on a pretty big margin right now, but then again, so was Hillary Clinton in 2016. Yeah. So there might just be, it could go either way. There might be a massive amount of people who are too nervous to say they want to vote for Trump. There could be a load of people who are pretending that they won't vote at all, and then they'll go out and vote for Biden just to get Trump out, not because they like Biden, but because they just don't want Trump in. I don't necessarily think annoyingly, it's like, and I don't think this would be the case with Bernie Sanders because he was the most popular senator across all political divides. That's Democrat, Republican, Independent, Libertarian, whatever. He had like a 66% approval rating. And if he'd gone in, I think it would have just been a clear win for him because he can articulate his ideas. This is all in the, it's all in the past tense because it's not happened. But I just think he got so fucking fucked over when all those other candidates dropped out the day before that deciding vote in one of those states.
They really did.
Of course they did. They knew that because the DNC, basically, what I can't remember who put it. He said, the Republicans want to do horrible shit to you and be honest about it. The Democrats want to do horrible shit to you, but kind of like show you, but like be kind of deflect. It's like, look, we're not going to make the economy better. We're not going to give you a raise. We are going to keep the tax cuts. but we're going to put a lesbian woman of color of a strange religion doing all those things.
Look at this
Isn't that what you
distraction.
wanted? Look at this piece of lovely identity politics. Isn't that what you want? It's like, and loads of people in the fucking Rust Belt are going like, I don't care what color, creed, or whatever. Can someone just like fight for me to have a job or a decent wage or healthcare? And the Democrats just will not acknowledge it. That's why they get pissy about Bernie. Oh no, people don't like what Bernie's talking about. Like Bernie Sanders, right after the 2016 election, went to fucking Kentucky that all voted for Trump, and they said if you had been running, we would have voted for you.
Yeah.
Proper
Brutally.
redneck territory, and he got standing ovations talking about universal health care.
Yeah.
And then what did everyone do? Oh, Hillary Clinton, she's so brave. She's so brave. It's like, fuck is she brave? She came from like unbelievable privilege and will live in that for the rest of her life. Not to write a book entitled...
Has anyone seen
And
the
she
actual
has a
debate then?
history of bad fucking politics.
Oh yeah, of course she has. I mean, foreign affairs. She's been in lots of different circles.
She's not like she's unqualified. I would never say that. She was qualified for the job, and she would have done it adequately. But she wouldn't have had any empathy for anybody.
Oh,
she
yeah,
wouldn't have had
definitely
any
not,
kind of like.
Well, she's so far
understanding
removed,
of,
all these
like,
people, aren't they? So.
But yeah, exactly. It's so far fucking removed from, you know, anything resembling real life for what, 40 years?
Yeah.
So, you know, just Bernie Sanders actually went out and talked to people, and Andrew Yang was the same. I mean, I think probably, you know, Biden's not going to make it to the next election if he wins anyway. I just don't think he's just not got the coherence to do it. So I actually think that what's going to happen is Kamala Harris will take over, and she'll be equally as uninspiring. And I think that she'll get. I think that there'll be a possibly maybe Tulsi Gabbard will run again. Maybe Andrew Yang. Be really interested in seeing that.
Tulsi is not going for re-election in the Democratic Party. I think.
You reckon she's gonna? You reckon she's gonna go independent or just leave entirely?
I don't know. I mean, the way she's been treated.
Been treated appallingly.
I wouldn't put it past her, but she loves the Democratic Party in many ways, you know. But I think it's just become clear that
I think the problem is
they
like,
don't love her, and unfortunately now would have been the right time to try a third.
Of course it would have been. Of course it would have been. And the thing is that what I think they got so Democrats keep getting so wrong is like, get somebody in who appeals to people on the other side and realize that that doesn't mean you're only appeasing racists. You're appeasing people who may not have that bone in their body, but because you live for identity politics and you refuse to talk about economy, you refuse to talk about wages, you refuse to talk about healthcare because your donors make sure that you don't ever fucking discuss it. You know, your donors want you to keep the fucking quiet because whether there's, you know, people of a certain color or race or creed get to a position in the government doesn't matter to them. That doesn't matter. That doesn't stop the money coming in. What stops the money coming in is giving them a health insurance system that actually works, like raising people's wages. And like, you know, there are probably the same people who donated money to the Republican Party. Either way, they win. I mean, either way, they win in this election. And that's why, you know, like they get pissy when Bernie Sanders actually gets listened to. People like that, you know, when actually, and the problem is, I don't think there's room. There won't ever be a third party in America. I don't think they'll ever, you know, in a way that we've got a little bit more of that freedom over here.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they're more open, I think, to bringing in like extra parties, you know. I voted Green for 2 years.
Unless it collapses. Like
well, I mean, I think the most recent election.
Time and it's over. You know, there's no time
Change.
left,
I mean, Change UK. I mean, what the fuck was that? Was a flash in the pan.
That was quite amusing.
It was embarrassing. What was amusing to me is I remember listening to the live conference while I was driving around on LBC, and it was like one was an ex-Tory said, "I didn't realize." Like that, she was making out that she'd seen the error of her ways in being a Tory and kind of supporting a large amount of austerity and cutting those to the most needy and the most disabled. I was like, I've only just realized it. It's like, fuck, did you only just realize it? Like, you got kicked out because you didn't toe the party line. Now you're realizing that, like, now you're on the outside. It's actually patently obvious. It's not because you like had some great moral change of heart. It's because they fucking kicked you to the curb. Like, it's not like you jumped before you were put. You were pushed. You didn't jump. And they just like, could you stand for something? No. Okay, what are you standing for? We're just against a thing. Okay, could you be for another thing? No. It's like, well, what purpose are you serving then? That's the whole thing about why the whole split in 2016 in America was Bernie Sanders said, things are not good. They haven't been good for a while. I want to make things better by taking us forward. Hillary Clinton said, there's nothing wrong. Things are fine. Let's just stay where we are. You know, you shouldn't be moaning. If you're moaning, you're a Russian asset or you're ingrateful or whatever. And Trump said, no, things are shit. They have been shit for a time. I can make it better by going backwards. That was the choice they were left with. So they ended up having somebody who said, you don't need anything more. Everything's fine as it is. Just vote for me because I earned it because my name's Hillary Clinton or whatever. Then Donald Trump said, I've got loads of crazy promises and I'll make your life better by doing some really fucked up stuff. And people went, okay, I'll take a chance. And that's why we have Donald Trump. Not purely because there's just a load of racist voting or there's just a load of nasty people voting, but a lot of people who voted Obama two elections in a row changed their mind and said he didn't really make my life good because he was still beholden to the corporate class. So I took a punt on Trump. I regret it because I won't vote for him again. But could you please offer somebody worth voting for next time? That's where they're left.
I think, like, from an empathetic angle, if I was American, I probably would have voted Trump instead of Hillary.
I get it. I don't begrudge anyone voting Trump in 2016 because he was an unknown quantity. You know, you don't know what he's going to do until he gets in there because at that point he's only a businessman. He's not, you know, a political leader. And he came across and said, I'm not from the political establishment. And I remember at the time thinking, before it happened, I'm like, well, he's saying some pretty heinous things, but there could be some things he could get right. You know, there could be some things he could get right. And
well,
but I was wrong.
Internationally, in some ways, there have been
there
haven't really been any more wars. I mean,
oh yeah, exactly. But the whole idea is he was meant to be anti-interventionist, but he still hasn't pulled anybody out of Iraq or Afghanistan. He just keeps talking about it.
It's just, Yemen is expanding.
Yeah, Yemen, which we're funding Saudi Arabia with the weapons. It's like
we're giving Saudi Arabia the weapons to basically continue their war.
Yeah,
that didn't really
illegally
start
by Liz Truss and that.
It didn't really start.
Didn't start it, but no, but it's like you don't have to like be the people who start it to, you know. I think that might be grabbing the wrong end of the moral stick because that's like saying like, you know, if I get involved in a fight, you know, that someone else started, but I choose to stay in it fighting, even though it's the wrong thing to do. The best thing to do is
giving
just
the weapons to the person fighting.
No, I do agree. Yeah. I do kind of feel that maybe under Clinton, though, we probably would have expanded occupations in the Middle East and stuff. I think she is pretty set on that course. I don't know. I might be wrong about that, but
she is a hawk. I mean, it's, you know, she's, you know, I think that, well, in some ways, I don't know if she's whether she's of that mind that she's been deluded by 40 years of post-Reaganist neoliberalism that they think that there's no other option. Well, of course we have to be in a war. That's what we do. It's not a case of like, how about we're just not, you know? And one of the things, something I saw the other day was one of those Twitter things that was quite concise. It was, in America, heartwarming headlines are man saves 200 people from the orphan crushing machine. While most Americans are thinking that's like heartwarming. Like the clever Americans are going, wait a minute, why the fuck does the orphan crushing machine exist in the first place? And the answer is usually, well, you know, it's there. Why wouldn't you use it? You know, we've always had an orphan crushing machine. It's like, it's the same way as when they go, Americans like their healthcare because they don't know any different. They don't know what it's like to just like not worry about signing umpteen forms while you're getting your heart put back together and knowing that you're going to be broke for the rest of your life, even though technically you're covered. You know, it's like they don't know, they like things because it's better than, you know, not having it and dying.
And probably
it's like
a similar amount of your tax actually goes towards them anyway. Like,
exactly, a vast amount of your tax basically goes towards just, you know, like arms and literally planes that the Pentagon says, for fuck's sake, stop building us these planes. We don't want them. They go, no, we'll build more planes. It's like, yeah, but we don't want the planes and we'll never use them. We'll build the planes. We need the money. We'll build the planes. We'll build this, you know, gigantic weapon that has no purpose because we need to just keep. It's like it's just like the whole military in America. It's like it's like Mr. Creosote in Monty Python's Meaning of Life. It's just like he's got enough food in him It's just shoveling more food, but it's almost like the equivalent as if in that sketch, like they went to everybody else's plates and just took the food off of that and like shoved it down Mr. Chris. So like, no, he needs your food as well. Like he actually needs all of your food as well. Otherwise, like we can't exist as a restaurant. That's the analogy I use. I'm not sure whether I'm getting that across that well, but do you get the reference?
I think I do.
Yeah. Have you seen? Sorry, if you haven't seen Meaning of Life, Monty
Oh, I
Python.
love Meaning
I
of Life.
in a
Yeah.
long time.
Yeah, just the big fat fuck at the end who like blows up. Like that's essentially that's what I would probably describe as the like that's the American military. But if you change the sketch so that by the end of it, when he's massive, like they are actively going to people who are still eating, like grabbing the food off their plates, going, no, he needs this. He needs your food as well. And that's basically how they like this. The military the military's never always been starving for 40 years, but apparently keeps building shit they don't need. So it's like it's either one thing or the other. But they was like, oh, we need a military to protect the world. It's like, yeah, from you, like you're selling the weapons to the other guys. So we need it to protect it from your own influence. I'm just gonna go get a beer.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I might grab a drink actually as well.
I'm a little bit out.
I'll do that.
I've been on the contrary, but I think I'm gonna have to grab a beer. Danny, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
How you doing, mate?
Huh?
How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Very tired.
Oh yeah. You get late night last night?
Well, no, not really. I actually went to bed early. I got up at like 10:30, and then I went to sleep from like 12:30 till 6.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah, I'm just.
You should be up all night now.
Yeah.
Like that kid who's you'll be like the kid who had a nap too early in the day and they're active all night.
Yeah, we got like an American client for work at the moment, so like we've actually been doing like 2 in the afternoon till like 6 in the morning. But like, I've had like 4 days off.
Want a bit?
But I can't
of
get back and
ASMR. Calm you down.
Yeah.
Hang on, here we go.
That sounds pretty good,
in the
you know.
headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad. What is this? This is location at Hebden Bridge. The brand I keep seeing, and I've spilled it all over the fucking keyboard. Oh.
Is it any good? Got
It's all right. Yeah, I picked up in a local shop. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, I'll
Sponsor me. Sponsor
I'm
me.
a craft beer snob. Hang on a sec. Hang on a minute.
I've actually got a beer in the fridge. One sec. We'll get a beer.
Shit ton of noises. Right, there we go. Put some tissue paper down. All right, spilled worse on that. I remember
Okay.
somebody...
So I just want to ask, who's seen the actual debate?
I have.
Yeah. Ozzy, Danny, you seen it?
Yeah. In full. Anyone else?
I think Danny and Quill are away at the moment.
Right. Well, I watched the whole thing in full, start to finish, and it was hard work.
Yeah. It was.
I'm actually starting to get a bit of respect. I've started to realise that Chris Wallace bloke, even though he works for Fox News,
right. He
does
tried his
the
best,
daytime
didn't he?
Yeah, he tried his best, and I think that I've realised over the last few years he's one of those few people that will actually like question the whole Fox News, like Republicans, conservatives are brilliant, Democrats are evil narrative.
Yeah, he's not on the Fox agenda. He's not.
No, he's not a talking head. He's just a news guy. He's straight down the middle. Like, I am just a news reporter, and I think it's because he's a bit older. Like, you can sort of tell he's in it for journalism. Like, people like Tucker Carlson are just like,
oh, Tucker
what's
Carlson,
going to make me
Jesus Christ,
fucking like white supremacy and
who's
a fucking
that? Who's
white
that
tie,
girl?
you know?
The girl version of
Laura Ingraham.
Yes, it. Yeah. Jesus
She's the
Christ.
blonde one who just like says like she's just like she did that white power salute that definitely was not anything but a white power salute at that RNC.
Crazy.
Well, that sounded good. What was that? Oh, that's
Just like rum.
That was actually, I've run out of rum.
That's a fuck. That is a lot of rum. If that's how much you poured, that is a lot of rum.
That's the coke. I had to,
that's the coke.
Whoa, that's a coke. All right, coke and rum.
That's a coke. Coke and rum. Yeah, lovely. Yeah. No, I watched the whole debate, and it really was like People are making out that like, oh, it was bad because they both interrupted. No, like, no. I'm just
Oh,
going to say, as
I
much
think
as
he
I
said
don't like Joe
70
Biden,
times Trump interrupted. I think it was
he
compared
did.
to.
He wouldn't let like he had his time, and then Joe Biden would start talking. And he'd just go, no, 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 wrong,
And the
false, wrong,
moderator
false.
trying to be like, "Can you just let him speak?" And then they'd argue
Yeah.
with the moderator, and you'd be like, "What the fuck? Stop!"
Then the people who say, yeah, Trump says it like it is, and then Joe Biden says, shut the hell up, man. And they're like, oh, I can't believe how rude Joe Biden is. Like, if
Oh,
Donald
yeah.
Trump was saying that, you'd be loving it. You'd be absolutely loving it. You'd be saying, yeah, he's not afraid to just like be blunt. It's like, yeah, Joe Biden says it, and all of a sudden, like, decorum has gone out the window. Like,
Yeah.
get fucked.
I mean, like the
I'll get
whole
a bit
the whole
rambunctious.
speech in regards, well, the whole part of the speech in regards to the denouncing of white supremacy as well was very
Proud
noticeable.
Boys, stand back and stand by. It's
Stand
like,
back
what the fuck
and
are you trying to
stand by.
say?
And
That was
Yeah, and other people-
so obvious.
People tried to say he didn't say it, and it's like, dude, I watched it, and I watched it again, and I watched it again.
I watched someone else, another
heard the
reporter,
question.
ask him if that's what he, if he could denounce it again, and he said pretty much he couldn't say, you couldn't denounce it again. He just doesn't have the ability to because he knows who supports him.
He knows he wants their vote.
He's
He wants them
narcissistic.
to
If
vote.
anyone is supporting him, he wants to make sure they still support him. As much as
It says
everyone
4
knows,
hours ago, Trump's 4 hours ago, BBC News. I've just entered Trump Proud Boys into Google. Trump condemns all white supremacists after Proud Boys. Bro, Donald Trump is being now taken to hospital.
what?
This
Where?
is this is breaking. This is right this minute. Breaking news as of just now. Donald Trump is being taken to hospital less than 24 hours after testing positive
Oh yeah.
coronavirus.
That's a little bit sus, though, isn't it?
Well, it could be like
After like being the whole 2 weeks.
I don't think Boris Johnson had it, because I know people who had it mildly, and they said if Boris Johnson had it and he went out less than a day later and in full voice did that little thing to the camera saying thank you, this nurse said he shouldn't have been able to be audible. He said he should have no voice. I know it affects people differently, but he said, but when you're 56 or 57, you're overweight, said that should have hit you like a fucking train. Like he said, there's no way that you could just literally go straight out and just be, fine. He said that he just reckons that he knew he was floundering in the polls, so it would be a good idea to just be behind closed doors for a while and just say, I had it. That's what a friend of mine thinks. And yeah, I don't know. Could have had it mildly, but maybe like pretended to have it like technically on paper could have said I had coronavirus. I was not necessarily.
Do you think
that
this
well by
part? I mean, as much as he may have COVID, a lot of people get COVID even if they're overweight and they don't necessarily die or are affected that badly.
No, that's true.
But
Yeah.
he's definitely not in the best of health. But
he's
then again,
74 and he's overweight.
Exactly.
He can't
but
lie.
you've got
He's
the best
definitely not
healthcare
overweight.
arguably in the world.
Yeah,
so-
on tap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, which he doesn't really
I,
pay into.
I've heard
but-
people saying that he's just going to fake his death and just get out. But who knows?
I don't know. I think he's too egotistical to do that.
Yeah,
I think that,
agree.
like-
I do actually agree with that.
Because the thing is, if he did that, if people said that this is the best move, I don't think the thing is that they say Donald Trump doesn't really listen to advisors unless it's entirely in that what gets me more attention, even if it's negative or positive. I've read so many books on him now in the last few months in a certain way, because there's more books to read. There's a part of me that wants him to sort of win so that the books that I read can still be relevant. I know that sounds really shit, but it's like I don't want to, like, once he's out, I'm like, oh, do I really want to read about the guy now that he's not a problem anymore? Because now currently, because he is, like, there's so many people writing good books on him, and like, oh god, I really want to read that. But
Yeah, but
I
this
think-
this part of it might be the propaganda part. Like, obviously, it might not be. I'm sure, to some degree.
I just
he's
realised I've not
affected
been
by it,
paying a
but it
single
takes
bit of
about
attention
2
to
weeks
the
for it to manifest. I thought.
fully affects. Yeah, but then again, how long has that Hope Hicks woman had it?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't she the one who kind of passed it on?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Yeah,
that's
I have
what
no
they
idea what's going on in the
presume.
comment section because I'm not sure who this other chap is. Like, I've really not been paying attention.
No, that's cool.
Um,
Welcome to joining in. We've just been chatting.
yeah. So what we got is, and it's Anthony is clearly not one of us, is he? So
He's a US citizen.
official. He's a US citizen.
Yeah.
Hi, can I, if I call you Ant, if that's all right, because I'm okay. Ant is fine. Okay, brilliant. Why Boris? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
That's
really
cool.
sorry. I just got carried away. I haven't been looking at the thing. Yeah. Well, you certainly are not nicer
Oh,
than
okay.
the.
Sorry, I
You're from
thought
the
you.
EU.
Okay,
Oh,
my bad.
I thought
I
you were
swear
an
you said
American.
earlier.
He's definitely more polite than that Kiss 1015 guy we had the other week. He was.
Yeah,
I
we
don't know
had to
what
ban
your
him, didn't we?
situation. I don't know. Well, I don't know what your Twitch stream was like on last week's one because I wasn't present, so I couldn't actually see
When you
it.
say you're from the EU, what country? Like, we don't have to say, but it's
Yeah,
really
you
good.
can hint. Wouldn't I be polite? I want to know because I only because
Netherlands,
mate because
okay.
I've just the Netherlands. Oh, okay, right, okay. So just because I haven't been, I literally don't know the thread of where the conversation's been going because I haven't actually been looking at it. Like, not as Simon's been so busy concentrating. He's actually
Yeah, sorry, I'm not very good
talking
at.
to this. I didn't realize you were actually like replying to this chat.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Whereabouts
Ukraine.
in the Netherlands?
You
You've
might
got
have
an
to wait
interesting theory
for
on
an answer to that.
a
The
lot
delay.
of seems to think that like basically all countries should be disrupted. I'm not entirely sure where that comes from or why that's a positive thing.
You're not causing a rift.
It's that side. It's the sideways face again. It's that sidewaysy face. It's that sideways beardy chap. So that's obviously it's obviously like an emoji. I didn't realize you could get of like the sideways Kevin Smith looking dude.
I always thought it was a guy from those Greek meme videos, like the laughing guy, but it's not, is it?
It's not laughing guy. I don't. Oh, you mean like the guy laughs in reaction to something? It's just like just insert the thing there and he laughs.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah, and he. Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Now I'm looking at it. It's not at all.
Right. And I can't tell whether he's got like his hand on his chin or something. I can't quite.
He's
tell
laughing.
what
Like,
that is.
like that kind of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
QAnon. That's it. That was very well done for being off the cuff. Mentioning something about QAnon. That is quite an interesting one. You guys obviously know what that. You guys must know what that is.
I was kind of. I'm quite into my conspiracies and stuff, and I was like, I was around on the day that QAnon broke, and it was
me
obviously
too.
LARPing and bullshit. Like,
back in was it August or July or something?
Well,
yeah,
most people over here knew what it was. Like, I think I definitely say that the whole lockdown thing, when you stick people so that their only outlet is social media, I think that whoever it was that was perpetrating it knew they had a captive audience.
The whole Prince Andrew Pizza Express thing kind of sparks the whole.
Yeah, that didn't help.
Yeah,
exactly. It's like actual legitimate kind of grievances. They were sort of hijacking that and going, right, this basically proves that our lizard man, blood drinking, adrenochrome in squirting, satanic space ripping offing thing is
the whole thing that I
true.
saw. There was a post basically saying that don't listen to all these people, but listen to Trump at the bottom, and it's about QAnon. Let alone the court case that he had with, was it Katie Proctor, where he was accused of raping a 14-year-old. Let me have a look.
I didn't remember that one. That one escaped me.
Oh, really?
With
Jeffrey Epstein.
I know that Jeffrey Epstein. I'm literally just searching this now. Oh, I think I've spelt it wrong. That's why.
Katie.
Oh yeah, God, yeah. So yeah. Well, the thing with it is like what I noticed that the ones that I saw, saw it through the. I saw the whole QAnon thing through the filter of it coming through like analysis channels of saying this is becoming a quite dangerous thing. Then I started to see people actually posting it, but mostly, exactly. Antothar's got it exactly right. It's an actual problem, but it's like they throw over the top bullshit at it, and it delegitimizes the actual problems.
Mm-hmm.
And someone wrote a post about it, and they I'd absolutely got to get it right. It said it would be like saying if you say I care about QAnon because I care about child abuse. It said that would be like saying I care about homeless people, but the homeless people I'm talking about are trans-dimensional lizard people who only live behind like underground tunnels outside of Walmart. It's like you've invented victims that don't exist to kind of like push your grievance on. And most of the people I saw sharing the bullshit were like young mums, because it's like they, of course, it's default that they will be, they will think that child sex abuse is, of course, it's a horrific thing, whether it's real or made up. But if you are going to make it up, the most vulnerable group you can find is young mums, because I often find that most young mums I know post any kind of bullshit.
Oh,
especially if it's like, there's a fucking alien landed like 3 feet away from their council estate.
can we
my
get onto
God,
aliens
I can't
in a bit?
believe
So I
it.
really want to talk about some alien shit.
Hey, yeah, sure, why not? Let's go the whole hog here.
Yeah. All right. So have you seen the U.S. Defense release declassification of the UFO?
The thing they can't
videos?
explain.
Yeah, the little tic tac thing.
Yeah, you mean the thing that's like moving really fast on that, and the guys in the cockpit say, "I have no idea what the fuck this is."
Joe Rogan had a pilot actually on in one of his podcasts, which
Anther's exactly right. Anther's written, if you literally say, "Look, this is bullshit," they immediately throw it as, "Oh, so are you a child sex offender? Are you a paedophile?" And it's like, no, you can be neither. You can say that this is a legitimate concern, but why is it that everybody in this conspiracy just happens to be people that Donald Trump's had a beef with or have pointed out the shit he's done? Those are the only 2 people that end up being on the receiving end of it. And it's like, and James O'Brien pointed it out. He said, if your candidate is so mind-numbingly fucking awful at everything he does, the only way you can legitimize him is to pretend that the stuff you don't see is where he's an expert. So you don't see him trying to take down this satanic, demon-worshipping pedophile ring that just only happens to be made up of people he doesn't like. Because that's the bit he's doing in secret, because he's so clever, he's looking stupid to the average outsider, because he's actually really clever, and that's the whole thing that he's doing. It doesn't matter what he's doing. He could burn the US to the ground, but as long as he takes down, make sure that Hillary Clinton doesn't, eat the face off a 5-year-old or whatever the fuck it is they've invented that week. Honestly, they've invented, this is not, I'm not joking, right? The shit that I've seen, they have come up with a theory children get panda eyes.
Panda eyes.
Panda eyes. And what they're doing is some fucking weirdo who's clearly trying to
like
feed
tiger
the conspiracy.
feet, but
like tiger. That's right. I really love your panda eyes. Oh, dear me, yeah, you go far with that kind of hit. But, like literally it's like, because there's a good Facebook group called You Literally Believe in a 4chan Prank that's made 0 accurate predictions.
Oh, yeah.
And that is essentially basically just a tag group for QAnon bullshit. And they post shit up, which kind of makes me think like, well, how do you have all this easy access to all this supposed like child abuse shit unless you're a party to it? Why do you know all the terms to find it? Why do you know what all these symptoms are unless somebody's told you or you're in on it? And they literally think that, when a child is molested or sodomized, their eyes puff up. And what they've done is they've just taken probably pictures from morgues, like really morbid shit, like pictures from morgues or what's it called? The people who figure out reasons of death. Coroner. That's it. Yeah. So they've taken coroners, pictures from coroners reports of probably, really sad, children dying, and gone and then someone on the same thing has said, you're bullshitting. This is literally children who got involved in a car crash. This is not how the fuck is and someone else writes on it. How someone else writes is clearly, if you think your eyes puff up being sodomized, you've clearly never been sodomized, right? And it's just it's like there's no thing that they can imagine that no one else won't believe. Make out that they're interdimensional, like Alex Jones is interdimensional sex offenders. He is probably partially to blame for all this. And the people who came up with the
Alex
prank,
Jones doesn't always get things wrong, though. That's the thing. Obviously, the whole
he can be,
Bohemian
but
Grove
if he's vague enough about it, I mean, it's the same thing as being a Vegas magician or a mind reader. If you're vague enough about general area of which you're making the accusation, eventually you're going to get something right.
But it's a bit like horoscopes.
If you make the horoscope vague enough, there it literally encompasses something that everyone will just end up experiencing at some point in their lives. They go, "Oh, that was really accurate."
I'm kind of I used to be quite into Alex Jones and stuff like a long time ago, and then something happened.
Yeah, when he went off the
Where
rails.
Was
He
it
went
Sandy Hook?
It was just
About that
before
time, I
Sandy
think,
Hook.
if not
But
just
yeah,
before.
like Sandy
yeah.
Hook is where I was like, I cannot listen to this guy.
Borderline.
Kind of thing. Yeah, like, but it was actually, I think it was before Sandy Hook. Because if you listen to like some of his earlier stuff, like,
What, the Bohemian Grove stuff?
well, like Bohemian Grove or like his very early stuff, he's like rebuilding like
Well,
a
that's what made
church
him,
for like the Branch Davidian people, like the Waco kind of people and stuff. And like, he's not.
The Waco
he's
guy
not-
wasn't. The thing is, the reaction to the Waco thing wasn't good. But the Waco guy was like any other cult leader. He was just basically a rapist who had delusions of grandeur and just had a way of being
his kids
charismatic.
shouldn't
You know.
have- his
No, of
kids
course they should.
shouldn't
No,
have
no, no.
been
Of course they shouldn't. No, I mean,
stuff,
like the measure of force used against them was totally,
yeah.
random. But it's like in certain circumstances, I look at like any government agency that's got to react to something like that because it's been allowed to get out of control, and go, what the fuck could you have done different? You know, how on earth could you have like done that better? How on earth could you have like gotten people in there, gotten the innocent people out?
Well,
everyone,
I don't know. I think it really depends on what you believe of his firearm charges and stuff. Because
he did like arming. I mean, I think like local people just said like he just like would consistently just like buy shit tons of. He was like arming himself ready for some massive confrontation.
No,
I think that anybody
100%.
who's buying like firearms on that level has got to be setting off some alarm bells that that's not a normal person with normal grievances, or like a gun owner who's like a responsible gun owner, like has a gun and a bit of ammo. Somebody who's like going to town every week to like buy more cartridge cases and more
that
physical
seems like
rifles.
most Americans.
Now.
Well, at the moment, yeah, with the whole fucking fear mongering and shit. Obviously,
Not
some
most
of it
Americans,
is.
that's
I mean,
Some of it is
I'm
justified, I guess,
personally
to
worried
some
about
degree.
whichever way it goes, because I think whichever way it goes, even if it is like a landslide for either side, I feel that the Trump side will react by literally like feeling that
They'll
can
get what they
murder
want.
or like assault anybody they want. Yeah. And I feel that if he loses, and even if it's like an outright, like there is no, like Trump gets 30% and Biden gets an absolutely solid 70 on the night, he'll just
Can you
lie. I mean,
wish?
Trump will just lie about it. Like that's the thing. When in any history, any debates, whether it's the UK or the US, when does anyone have to say, will you accept the legitimacy of the outcome of the election? Why has that never been a problem until Trump came along?
Because
You
he
can't
just
tell me that he
thrives
doesn't
from
behave like a
bullshit, don't he?
dictator.
Yeah.
Of course he does, but he just acts like a dictator. He can never be wronged. He can never be not popular. And if he is, it's fake and it's a conspiracy.
Yeah, everyone
So
does
that
love
is
him.
really fucking
In
worrying.
his eyes.
Yeah, in his eyes, and anybody who doesn't isn't worth time of day.
Didn't they, I can remember who was? Oh, it was RGB. Her funeral. Basically the whole crowd was chanting,
Ginsburg.
vote him out. Yeah, Ginsburg. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like he said, someone did put on Twitter, said, I've done some pretty heinous things in my life, but I've never been booed out of a funeral.
Yeah, no.
You know, if you get booed out of a fucking funeral, like your state. I think that's the thing. Once he's out of his comfort zone, once he's out of Fox News, once he's out of like just the White House and the people he's brought there to love him, like he really does get shitty. But he can't put together why people wouldn't like him. Like he just can't see it. It's like because they're all losers. You know, it's not because like, hey, your decisions are like massively affecting my life negatively. He's incapable of seeing it.
Yeah. No.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm interested. So, like, sorry, mate, you were saying about like how you, because I really only heard about Alex Jones from about the time of Sandy Hook. So when you were watching him, like, what was it that drew you to him?
Well, like he's got some pretty good documentaries actually about kind of America turning into a police state. That's probably what drew me in, and like he's very right.
He's not wrong about that. I would say that he can be, he can be right on the concept. I would say.
And yeah, a few other things like so. When I was young, I read. Well, this one was at 18 something. I read a book by John Ronson called Them, which is where him and Alex Jones break into Bohemian Grove. And John Ronson kind of has that kind of like piss takey kind of vibe to how he approaches everything in a way, slightly. So like John Ronson's book wasn't particularly like serious about it, kind of writes it off slightly. But it's a very like early understanding of like the scene of Alex Jones. I think John Ronson actually had quite a like good premonition about this stuff. But yeah, there were. I mean, like Alex Jones was not right wing. He was anti-Bush. He was anti-Republican and shit.
He's always been like anti-interventionist because he was massively giving Trump like kudos for saying he wanted to pull people out of wars and not spend time. You know,
but he was one of the biggest. He was one of the biggest like people against Bush and that whole administration at that point. He was like the only real opposition to it in many ways.
It is interesting that you know, it's quite interesting that I think that, you know, from the looks of it, because funny enough, there was a program on PBS America does some quite good programs. It's on one of the Freeview channels. It's on one like the sort of like in the 88 or 89 at the moment, I think it is. They were doing, I think the program is called American Conspiracy. It might be worth possibly seeing if you can view it all in YouTube. And it's pretty much about how Alex Jones ended up getting like Donald Trump's ear. I think it's an yeah, it might be HBO. Is that? Oh no, Plot Against the American Conspiracy. Hang on a second, Alex Jones. I'm going to find the official Alex Jones.
No, 100%. I mean, you could see that happening in real time at the time, kind of thing. When Alex Jones and Trump started like palling together,
talking to each other.
Yeah. And this is when Alex Jones kind of like started towing the line of government and stuff. And
United States of, that's what it's called. United States of Conspiracy. That's the name of it. That's the name of the thing. I don't know if you. I watched it as it happened. It's very recent. It was only made in the last couple of months. So yes, Dangerous Rise of Conspiracies in America. So yeah, I watched it about a week ago. It was really good. Like I'd not really like absorbed it like his whole career in full. Obviously, starting off as what you might call an anti-authoritarian is probably, you know, quite an admirable thing. You know, it's like nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, it's kind of like he's sort of morphed into whatever Donald Trump wants that's authoritarian is fine. It's like sort of like they sort of have this double standard of like
100%.
right-wing authoritarianism is fine. Anything resembling left-wing or liberalism is tyranny by default because of its natural state, and that's fine. But like being completely authoritarian right-wing and asking people to do what you want as long as it's your guy, that's absolutely fine.
But he was never like that. He was never like that until.
So what do you think changed? Do you think it's just because he has to be kind of like contrarian to keep people watching?
To some degree, but no, I think fundamentally he does believe that Trump was something different from the neoliberals and the mainstream and the neoconservatives.
It's hard to know where to give him credibility. Because sometimes he does get things wrong. Well, you know, the whole frogs. They turned the water.
Turn the frogs gay.
Yeah, that's actually true. There's actually chemicals that were released into loads of swamps and whatnot, which changed the sex of frogs. You know, there's parts of what some of his concepts that are true, but it's just so.
Premise of
everything is hyperbolized.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
That's the premise of any Daily Express or Sun headline. There's probably like an iota of truth to it. But it's built up in the way that the bit that's going to rile up the wrong, you know, the bit that's going to rile up the bigoted aspect of the viewer or the reader is the bit that they turn up to 11. The actual fact of it is the bit that's like right at the end of the article. And I think that Alex Jones probably like found that technically he can never be called that he's outright. I mean, he does outright lie a lot, but on the bits he gets called up on, he either just ignores it or just goes, look, you know, there's his followers will go, well, actually, as I feel that there's actually this research thing and blah, 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 blah. And then they end up going, oh, well, yeah, technically he was true, but he's putting all the emphasis on the wrong aspect of it. I think that's what it is because, you know.
I think that's actually a lot kind of true with a lot of things on both sides. Like there's a giant hyperbole to kind of people predicting the future, or you know.
I think that whole Simpsons predicted the future thing can just fuck off now, because every time they brought up that stupid clip of like Trump going down the lift in Simpsons style, it's like I've had to explain it to people. Said you are aware that was made after it as a parody, not as a prediction.
Was it?
And then they've gone, Yeah, it was. It was. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did I upset you? Did you?
I haven't really seen them. I haven't really seen them. I've seen
right. It was one of those internet shorts. It wasn't actually in a full episode. It was like one of those little, like, made for the internet 5-minute little things. I think it was possibly to promote like one of the new series or something. But there was a line because Trump did actually run for the presidency, like for a very short time in something called the Reform Party, which was like a third party in 2000. And he left it because, funnily enough, back then he actually found the white supremacy aspect of it too much to handle, and he didn't want to be associated with it.
He's always had designs on the White House to some degree. I mean, there's interviews with him in the 80s where
he could be president.
Yeah. Like, and
I think the reason.
Tell you what, Obama fucking roasting him.
That was the straw that broke the camel's back for him. I think that was the thing that was like, well, I'll prove you wrong, you know.
Yeah.
He ran with the Reform Party, and there was an episode of The Simpsons in 2000, which is like based in the future, like Bart's looking at his future, and it's based, I think, in like the year 2032 or something. So back then it would have been like, this is 30 plus years or something in the future. And Lisa just happens to be president, and she's got a line when they're talking about budgets. They say, right, as everybody here knows, we've inherited quite the budget deficit from President Trump. That was a one-off line because they thought, wouldn't it be funny if actually Trump like did run with the Reform Party and did win the election, which is absolutely not going to happen. So that's the whole premise of, like, they were making jokes about the guy Ross Perot winning it, who was like a third-party candidate who ran in 92 and 96, and he was a weird guy. Of course, it's always funny to, like, if you're going to do something in the future, like, find the most ludicrous, unlikely scenario and then, like, make a joke about it. And that's exactly what they did. But there was people, I not arguments, but I had to go, like, for the last bloody time, 2000 is not 2015. This happened before, not afterwards. What are you not getting about this? This wasn't a prediction. This was in the past. You know, this was in the past based on something that was happening then. Because I think most people don't really, most people you know in the street wouldn't know that Donald Trump nearly ran in 2000, would they?
No, probably not.
It was a very American-centric thing.
Yeah, I think it's. I think kind of the problem with this is the like there is some truths to it, and like someone like Alex Jones runs with the truth, puts a whole like spin of hyperbole on it, then mixes it in with like loads of shit that's. I think he.
It's too difficult to separate the wheat from the chaff, basically. By the time you've actually delved down to the point, he's moved on to the next thing.
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily like adding in bullshit necessarily. Like I think he's just adding in what he believes, but it's kind of just too deep to kind of realize what's bullshit and what isn't sometimes. Like, like there is some truth to these things, but if you don't look at it in a hyperbolistic way, you'll see it in a way. And if you'll see
believe
in it in the hyperbolistic way, then it's the worst thing in the world, kind of thing. But if you look at it in a non-hyperbolistic way, you can normally like explain why something is happening, or why people are believing.
You can also react to it with like the adequate amount of what it deserves as a story, as opposed to like it's something that's gonna basically threaten your livelihood. I mean, I think the whole thing about ramping the whole thing up about drugs is pretty much like the whole thing of like he's probably trying to find like the anti, like the sort of. He's a bit of a weird chat because he's like he's not expressly religious, but he is so duty bound to the fact that atheists are out to destroy America. He's got to pull in that kind of slightly. Oh, Alex Jones. Well, also Alex Jones, Trump as well. But Trump,
Trump's only just started going to church since he's been elected. So.
Yeah, of course he has. Like, I mean, he literally like. I mean, didn't they ask him like the debate? And he's literally going like, "What's gonna get me points from these people? Okay, just say I like it. Like, do you believe in the Bible? Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, it's like, yeah, well, that works for you. He's literally being so fucking honest about like, if it gets me votes, then yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Proud Boys and that. He just doesn't care if people support him or who they are, as long as they support him. It's narcissistic. which is
It's the whole
all-
thing with like standing in front of basically him standing when you know the riots were kicking off earlier this year, and he
put tear
went to
gas
that
off and all
church.
that, yeah.
He tear gassed people so he could have a picture of him with the Bible. It's like that is literally like going the audience that's most likely to be most misinformed and scared about what's going on. I'm just gonna go like thing you like. Here's a thing you like.
Yeah, a picture.
It's
There you
like,
go. Oh, I can see
he's got
something.
a thing I like. Oh, look, a thing I like. There we go. Like he's holding a thing I like. I mean, he might as well have just like gone out with that and a gun in the other hand, like a fucking like Glock or
I'm
something in the other
surprised
hand.
that Joe Biden saying, was it Ashalam? Was it that phrase during the debate, which means whenever that will even happen. Was it Ashalam? Joe.
Sorry, I'm lost here. I'm sorry. I'm slightly.
I didn't watch the debate though.
Oh, you
so-
didn't?
I watched the
I
debate,
was working.
but
He said-
I've slightly lost.
Okay, let me just bring up 2 seconds. I can't remember what it's called. Bear with me. What language? Arabic? Guessing. That's it. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Oh, I've heard
Inshallah.
Inshallah. I know that.
Inshallah.
Yeah. Inshallah means
If that will come to
God's
deal.
will. God willing.
Yeah, God willing. That's it. Yeah, God willing.
That's what Inshallah means. So yeah, I'll tell you what. Right now, I've just gone back onto Facebook. There's an awful lot of the comparison memes going on there. You know the old, you know the sort of like the woman with the sort of like the sour face, and then the second one she's kind of got the face. You know that meme format.
No,
Just
can you
seen
link
about-
me it and I'll
It's face woman me. It's a really difficult one to like figure out. Two-faced woman meme. Probably the wrong. I'm probably searching the wrong thing. No, but what if meme?
pardon
Is
me.
that the one? It's definitely you'll have seen it a million times. It's like a sort of blonde woman. It's got her hair tied back. The first one is like it looks like she's like just eating a lemon or something, and she's like ugh like that. And then the second picture in the meme is the same woman going like like that sort of like sideways look. And I've just seen that with multiple different people, multiple different fonts. The first one's like Trump 2020 with the angry face, and the second one's like Trump 46th 2020 happy face.
26.
I've just
What
seen
was,
that.
What was that? Say it again. You cut out a little bit.
I was saying that it looks like lots of people are hedging their bets that he actually won't last till the end of the year.
Oh, well, I don't know. Joe Biden had brain surgery and now he's not in the best of health himself.
I think he's got the onset of dementia, I think, or he's just got, and he's always had a stutter as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I think
Definitely.
he needs to be warmed up. That's the issue with him.
Yeah,
Like,
warming
I
up,
think-
yeah.
I think
He did.
does-
He did. To be honest, I think he did a lot better at that debate. Considering, I think that
Definitely.
I think when he's on his own, when he was sort of trying to plug himself, he stammered because he didn't have anything to push against.
Mhm.
I think
Well,
when
so-
he's actually got something to kind of like push against, like Donald Trump, he actually does a lot better.
Especially when Donald Trump was berating him. Like, he done so well just to keep composure and not.
He
Well,
kept
I know,
very composed, I thought, you
Yeah,
know, and that when he did
considering,
lose
like-
his rag, I thought he absolutely deserved to lose his rag because
Yeah.
it was like, look, I've tried to give an answer and you've just spoken over me for like the 7th or 8th time, and I can't get a bloody word in edgeways.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't the best.
And also,
Yeah,
it wasn't the best debate as well because did you notice, like, even though there's an audience there was absolutely zero reaction.
Well, no, they
until the
told
very end
they
when they
told
were
them
off,
that
but-
they're not allowed to cheer or boo or anything.
So there
like
was
that.
almost like no point in having them there, really, was there?
Yeah,
in a
I know.
certain way,
Probably
wasn't it?
for just. Well, they didn't even pan over to the audience, did they? So yeah, you're probably
No,
right.
To be honest, the way they did it, it might as well have been them in an empty studio and just loads of cameras. Because I understand the Canadian debates and all that sort of thing are done with no audience, and they just have to talk straight to the moderator.
Mhm.
But what was, if you look at like when he was up against, who was running in 2012. Who was the vice presidential candidate? Paul
2012.
Ryan.
Oh, Paul
Paul
Ryan.
Ryan,
Okay, yeah.
Joe Biden, yeah. And I think with Sarah Palin and Joe Biden, he wiped the floor with them. You know, whether you agree with him or not, he absolutely just like even Fox News would come out back then and say, yeah, Joe Biden won that presidential debate. And because he did, he was a good debater. And then just something's happened in the last, almost like, I think being apart from Barack Obama has made him feel a bit like he's lost his way a little bit.
Well, I mean, yeah, he is old. I think there is definitely some decline there. Like,
78, you know,
yeah,
he's, you know.
I mean, that there has to be. But, like, I feel like that, you know, when he's been talking out of his bunker at home and stuff, or yeah, what they call his bunker.
Or his library or whatever the fuck it is. But
yeah, like he has had some.
He hasn't done very well on those, I don't think.
Phenomenally poor.
Yeah, and if you think about like the way that, you know, when Bernie Sanders is not even trying to advertise himself, he still comes across coherent and clear, and he just gets across a message that makes it like he cares about people. And he can. What did he say? I don't know whether you knew this, but do you know that he went on mic like when the coronavirus was really kicking off, and Bernie Sanders like, look, I'm in the middle of a fucking pandemic. Do you realize how fucking complicated that is to figure out? And I was like, yeah, good for you. Good for you. You're talking about, will you support Joe Biden or will you support the nominees? Like, I'm literally trying to save people's lives here. Like, could you just like talk to me about the shit that matters?
Ooh, I'm just going to talk again in a bit.
No worries. Are you still with us? Is everybody still with us?
I am. Is Danny
Quill?
Still there?
Is Danny still there?
I don't know. He's been well quiet, so.
He's been keeping a low profile. He joined us earlier. I don't know if he's still there.
And
so whereabouts in Southampton are you, sir?
Oh, I'm not. I'm Bradford, but Danny's.
Oh, you're Bradford, aren't you? Yeah. Sorry, you were at Southampton. Yeah, and you work in the games. You're part of the games industry, are you?
Yeah. Well, me and Danny and a couple of mates released a game last year.
You made one?
Yeah. We released.
Oh, wow.
And everything.
Oh, wow. What's it called?
It's called Wavy the Rocket.
Wavy the Rocket. Video game, Wavy the Rocket. Let's have a gander at this. I'm assuming this is this the one that Simon was playing as I logged on? Looks very kid-friendly. Looks like quite colourful.
Yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily designed for kids, but it's kind of going back to that kind of like PlayStation 1 era of games.
It's very much got that. It's got a bit of that Crash Bandicoot sort of vibe on the pictures that I can see. It really. Oh, you know what? I'm looking. I can see. Yeah, it's got a lot of that Spyro the Dragon. It's got a lot of that feel to it.
Yeah.
So I like that. That looks cool.
A lot of influence from that. It's a really cool game, and we got it out on PC probably a little bit too early, but we're kind of running out of money, and then we're basically going to do.
So did you develop that? Did you develop that together?
Yeah, well, there were four of us.
Oh right. Simon, your beta tester.
I tested it once, but I've got my day job is to tester. I test software and all that kind of stuff. So I tried
is that what you do?
Yeah. I'm learning C#, a bit of PHP and CSS, HTML5. I know a bit of SQL. Got a course which I'm kind of learning C++ at the moment with Unity. I want to get onto Unreal at some point. Yeah, my job involves basically going through all that kind of stuff. So
I can definitely help you with a bit of that as well. Like I'm pretty new to Unreal.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
It's blessed. It's really blessed.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to do that, but well, I don't know. Work at the moment is just a shitstorm. We're doing DevOps, which is development and operations side joining together. It's a new whole methodology. Not methodology. Sorry.
Methodology.
Methodology. Yeah, not mythology.
Not smoking.
There's a whole new mythology. I thought mythology had to be old by default.
Oh no, that's something else.
Yeah. A whole new mythology. We've discovered a whole area of Greek history that we are yet to uncover.
Yeah, but we just done all the exams for that, and it's good. But there's a lot of problems at work with people not getting on board with the new way of working. Anyway, yeah, I'm just learning code at the moment, basically. I've worked with like a bit of JavaScript and Java before, not too keen on the whole memory management, so kind of jumped to C type stuff. Yeah, I'm bouncing around all over the place, whatever work needs me for, basically. But yeah,
Crazy.
yes, pretty good.
Good
What
for
is
you.
the- what is the
I'm
end
going to
product?
say,
Was that sorry?
yeah.
Yeah, what is the end thing that you work on? Sam?
At the moment, for the last year and a half almost now, been working on the commercial broker porter sales. So we sell energy to companies. I work for an energy or work in the energy industry.
Right,
And
okay.
yeah, the website that we've just built, working with APIs and well, yeah, just JSON objects and stuff like that, passing information into databases. Yeah, it's fun, and I test it all, and it's good. But we work with this new DevOps, which is kind of incorporating a new whole culture of how to work, and it's just so stressful because a lot of people, like managers and stuff like that, don't really understand it fully because they're still working the old way, and so they're not really adapting to the it's I would get into it, but it's just fucking boring, and it does my head in because they just I just want to learn more and just
people refusing to move with the times, and you've got to work around that.
yeah, and it's I don't know, it demotivates me when you know that someone isn't backing you up and stuff like that, and yeah.
My job's quite easy by comparison. They just say, "There's a thing to drive. There's some shit on the back. Drive it and unload the stuff, and don't break the thing that you're driving." And
yeah, I
don't
kind
lose
of
the stuff
wish
you're
I had a
delivering.
job that's like nice and like simple and like you enjoy it to some degree.
Say
I do.
simple. It does start very early sometimes. I've been working
Oh
for
no,
BMW this week, and that's been 6 every morning. So I've had to be up for 4:30 and out the door by 5:30, which has been made nicer because I have my new car. So that's made actually things a lot more bearable. So
what car have you got?
well, I've been driving around in diesel vans for the sake of my musician-y stuff for a long time, and I got a bit of a windfall from my girl who got all of her money back from the government that she was owed because she'd been on the priority disabled list for a long time, as her doctor had said, but not as the you call it the Department of Work and Pensions had seen her to be fit for.
Oh yeah.
And because she's yeah, exactly. So when people say to me, "Why are you against the Tories?" I go, "Right, you're going to sit down and listen to 3 hours of this shit."
Yeah.
As we have done in the past.
Just 3 hours.
And just 3 hours. I can go on for a while. And because she's also a victim of domestic abuse, she got beaten. Well, not beaten. She basically got gaslit and raped and all that sort of stuff by her ex-husband.
That's got to be so
it's
bad,
hard,
especially during the COVID season. Like,
I wasn't allowed to visit her in hospital because she basically had, and I know people say, "Oh, I had a mental breakdown." I watched somebody get psychosis.
Yeah,
I watched them start to hear things, to see things, to start making up shit in their head. And next time I phoned them, next time I knew what they were doing, they were in a mental health hospital, leaving all their dead relatives were basically standing right next to them. And yeah, it's been a pretty fucking horrible lockdown because of that. She's come out of worst of it now, but she's still very delicate, I would say. And yeah, it's quite a it's been a delicate subject for a while, but it's I can face it now to say that we're basically on the uphill thing. But because she got reimbursed and I've been looking after her for years, I essentially she said, got this money back, treat yourself. So I got a Lexus IS 200, which is otherwise known as the Alan Partridge Special.
Yeah. So I'm looking for a new car, and that's one of those that's kind of on my list. So
honestly, mate, mine was 1,900 quid just under, and it had 99,000 miles on it. I took it to I went to 3 of the mechanics I've used in the last 4 years. And they've said that would be the best car that you've ever bought to me, and you won't have to bring it to me because it won't break down. and it's very comfy because it's a Toyota underneath.
Mhm.
So, and it's a small. I mean, I think that like I would get the manual if you want to use it every single day, because I've got the option of using my van, which is a quite economical little diesel for like totaling to work if I want to, because I've already paid all the tax and insurance on it, and I've paid it on the other one as well. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to sit in something that, one, you don't look behind you and there's a bulkhead. 2, has got an automatic gearbox. 3 is like if you need to overtake a cyclist, you can do it without needing like a 4-mile stretch of emptiness in front of you to gain the speed to go past them. Which when you live near I live, it's like cyclists are every 3 feet in 3 abreast riding up and down the hills. So
Yeah.
it's really nice. And the only thing in it I could probably find fault with is that the stereo doesn't work that well. But it's a
brutal.
it's a 17-year-old car, and the radio tunes in, but it's got but it's only got a tape deck. You see, so I think what I need to get is one of the. Well, I can, but it's pre-Bluetooth, so it doesn't have it's a 2003. Bluetooth wasn't even a thing back then, so like it's got a CD, FM, and a tape deck, but if I got like a tape adapter thing, but I've put a tape in there and it's so loud and it's like you can hear it, because also I think I'm not used to being able to hear myself over the engine. Been so used to like clattery diesels for a while. It's like, oh, I can hear things now. Like I can hear what's going on outside because the engine's nice and smooth until you literally boot it, and then it's got a really nice like get up and go. But no, mate, if you wanted to get one of those, like I would maybe spend the money I spent or a little bit more, and that will get you a really nice one. It's quite expensive to tax, but it is ULEZ compliant, so you can drive into city centers with it. And it's got the mod cons, and just make sure it's got a service history, because I honestly have never driven anything that nice before. Takes me back to the time I had 2 old Ford Mondeos, but quality difference in this compared to them is just, it's off the roof. It's a 17-year-old car as well, and it feels like it could be brand new. It just feels nice and tight and lovely. And even my curmudgeonly stepfather, who says I've never done anything right, basically went, "Yeah, that's a good car. You bought a good one there." And I was like, acceptance. He's accepting me. He actually said I did something right.
Did you know that the storm that we're having right now is called Storm Alex?
Really? That's my other half's name. That's not good.
Yeah, I know, but why does every storm have to have a name?
Woman's
nowadays?
name. Well, it's most of the time it's like old spinster names, like Storm Doris or Storm Barbara, or it's like that. If you put together all this, it's like if you put Stormy Town. It's like if you put together all the names of storms, they could probably form a very good like Women's Institute meeting.
We've got Northumbria University Sharon confirmed 770 cases amongst students. Wow.
Oh, I feel for them.
Yeah, but they all got locked away, didn't they? Pretty much. They got forced.
It's almost like putting them all together and not allowing them to move and mean that they're only going to transmit it to each other.
Yeah. Crazy.
I can't believe that wasn't. Yeah, it was. I mean,
they should have just cancelled uni for everyone for a year.
They weren't going to do it because they wanted the money for people to move in, didn't they? They wanted the money for the flats.
They've been increasing the tuitions and all that for fucking years now. Of course, they want the money.
Want the money in. People aren't getting more tuition. People aren't geting more tuition for more money, are they? But to be honest here, it's this. Not that you get a load of extra time or a load of extra years. It's the same fucking tuition. They've just decided that you have to go into debt and that's the other thing. It's like it's a student loan. You never see that money. You just know it's like a mortgage. You have to front it, but it's like saying, right, that 2-bedroom, that 2 up, 2 down. Every year we're just going to have to increase the price by like 20%. But you'll still have the same amount of house. It's like, what's fucking bullshit?
To be honest with you, I've seen so many students around just in the streets, no mask, nothing, just right next to each other, not even caring.
This in Soton?
Yeah, definitely. Like literally today, I went down the shop to Iceland just to get something, and there was a group of about 15 young kids, obviously like 19, 18, just walking next to each other, chatting. Like none of them had masks, no one cared. Like,
I do notice that a lot of them hang around service stations, and they will just like barge in with the mask, and they will be like kind of. They'll also be like really just. They'll not attempt to like sort of like walk to one side of you. They'll just kind of like push you aside.
Well, they think
I don't know
whether
that's just me being an old curmudgeonly bastard. Yeah, but you know, like if someone said to me at that age, you know, this is a safety precaution, I probably would have taken it. But
Well,
then
yeah, I
again,
mean, it's the
that's
slightest
me.
bit,
I don't
just
know. I've got that
a
kind of.
small bit of cloth over your mouth.
It's
I don't
what 10
understand.
seconds. 10
Yeah.
seconds to put it around your mouth. That's it. Once it's on, it's on.
I mean,
And for
Halloween.
me, it's a little bit
and-
difficult with the glasses.
Yeah, like surgeons wear masks for fucking 18 hours or whatever plus.
If these are the same shitty kids that like walked everywhere with their hoodies, like the hoodies down over the top and like the sort of bandanas up over the nose so they can't be seen while they're like nabbing the bottle of Jack Daniels from the One Stop, why are they all of a sudden getting shitty now that they have to wear a mask?
Yeah.
And to be honest, like I see a lot more of the older generation fucking ignoring it.
It's most people, to be honest.
younger
I've noticed.
It's most
I've
people.
noticed that it's for me. It's the 18 to 20-year-old kids, or like the ones who are 16 and chancing it, and like men from about 60 onwards of a certain type, and sort of like the Karens.
Yeah,
that's the three groups. Like the kept women who have been never told no in their lives, who actually now are getting really shitty because they're being told, no, you can't have this exactly your way all the time, and you actually have to make a sacrifice.
And
they're
it's
the
so
ones who are getting
pathetic,
shitty.
their
And I
arguments, and it's just such a childish tantrum they pull, and it's...
I've sort of half considered like
embarrassing.
having a load of masks in my pockets just to throw at them. Like I've just almost wanted to like,
Away!
honestly, just like, yes, I wanted like, I just want to shame them publicly. Like no excuse. Just like I want to have like a, you know, just like, I want to be like the kid with like the thing in the ricochet in the slingshot. I just want to be able to like slingshot masks at like entitled white middle class women getting out of like white Mercedes, you know, 4x4s.
It's definitely got to be a brass eye, like Chris Morris sketch where, like, you know,
Where is
someone's
Chris
not
Morris
complying
when you
with...
need him?
Exactly. There's got to be a sketch where, like, you know, a Karen doesn't comply with the whole masking, so, I don't know, Mark Heap goes up behind her and puts a bag over her head or something like that. Like...
And 5 seconds later, she was dead because she didn't follow the rules.
Yeah,
Will
COVID
you?
kills.
You know,
Yeah.
COVID kills. My children are safe. Are yours?
So
Funny enough, I am just reading Alan Partridge's the fake autobiography of Alan Partridge, and it does mention the day-to-day, like as in the context of it being a real program.
Have you seen Jam?
That was such a good program.
Have you seen Jam? Which is a precursor to the day-to-day. It's called Jam.
No, I haven't. No.
It's really
Jam.
good.
Is that literally what it's called?
Yeah, it's some of the sketches are slowed down with like jazzy background, kind of like jazz fusion music playing. And yeah, just type in Jam into hold up, Jam. Chris Morris.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hot Mike. Young Turks has just reported. This is on the Young Turks channel. Trump has coronavirus. Melania is caught trashing evangelicals and migrants on Hot Mic.
Oh, fucking no shit.
So, yeah, I don't know if that'll... But then again, the evangelicals will probably make something up, though, won't they?
Well...
Yeah.
Just say that, like, it was a moment of...
Didn't she? There's a journalist that recorded...
I'd heard that she'd had a leak. I'd heard that there'd been a leak of her on a Hot Mic from 3 or 4 days ago. I didn't get to read what the article was, but I heard it had happened. I'm absolutely knackered and bursting, so I might leave you to it because I'm actually like starting to really feel. I've been up since 4, so.
Oh, you're going now? Yeah, it's fine, man. No worries.
Yeah. No, I've had a lovely time. A lovely time meeting everybody, and I don't know what you guys look like. You're just little symbols on a screen, but I think we've got a lot of stuff. I'm gonna go and probably watch Jam. If not, I'm gonna enjoy my
mate.
new.
Trust me.
I'm gonna enjoy it on my massive new TV with all the mod cons. Yeah, and my central heating. Yeah, I'm finally moving up to 2011. So, anyway,
well, thanks a lot for being on. I'll probably see you next time around, dude.
Yeah, indeed. We need to get Dougal involved.
Yeah, I think he wants to do a Tuesday or Monday slot, so I might get.
You can do those.
Yeah.
I can do those. Yeah. Be good to know. Who knows? It might have all changed by this time on Tuesday.
Exactly. Trump might have risen.
Like... Oh, well, probably will have done. I'll be interested. I'm probably going to go and watch the Young Turks and see exactly what it is Melania said. Cool. What did Melania say on the Hot Mic? Let's find out. Right, okay. Good to see you, Danny.
Okay,
Quill, if you're still both about. Nice to meet you. Until next time.
See you later, dude. Cool.
That was good.
Yeah, that's Ozzy.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, right, mate. Yeah, not too bad. Same as always. Like, already explained a bit of work, drama, that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
um, it's just COVID. Everyone's stressed and all that crap, aren't they? So
Yeah. I'm a bit annoyed that I've kind of worked like all before COVID was working what hard doing the game.
hmm
Then COVID comes and then kind of finished the game and then as lockdowns happening kind of thing and
Oh
then
yeah.
lockdown eased but I started getting work in and now lockdown is starting to happen again.
hmm
Like I've got money for the first time in like 2 years and
Can't do anything with it.
can't do anything with it and I can't go see my folks. I can't pay.
Arguably, like in some degree, a good thing. So you don't end up spending on something that isn't necessary at this time.
Yeah.
Which
Oh, there's plenty. There's because I've the problem is because I moved into a house. I own my own house. Like
that's good.
I can, yeah, I'm amazingly lucky, but there's always stuff to spend it on. Do you know what I mean? There's actually no point in saving money at the moment in terms of savings. I mean, we are going to go through a massive period of
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
inflation, basically.
well, it's already. Have you seen it in the shop? It's already fucking happening.
No, it is massively, but
Yeah.
it's going to be worse, man. Like they printed so much money, and
Well, that's what they're fucking good for, isn't
yeah,
it?
it has to catch
And
up.
yet all the fucking FinCEN, obviously all the dark money that's been shifting about as well. It's like, what's it? Something like £380 million have been missing, I think. Let me have a good look.
Really?
Yeah. Obviously it's black market transactions and stuff like that, but it's unaccountable for.
Like where from? How do
Basically
you mean?
banks not,
Oh
checking on fraudulent claims
Okay,
and all that kind of shit.
like the money laundering
Yeah,
stuff in the
money
banks.
laundering. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. It's fucked. It's so fucked.
But
Like, yeah, HSBC had that thing before where they were like laundering money for the Mexican cartels and shit.
yeah.
And now,
That wasn't that back in
well,
2010. They done something like that.
huh?
They done something like that recently. Well, not recently, but about 10 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
HSBC.
No,
Yeah.
I think it was, and now it just turns out everybody's into laundering money.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like the Panama Papers and all that kind of shit. Like,
Yeah,
it's
there's a
crazy.
good subreddit like the Panama Paper ones, and like there are actually people going to jail and shit over it. Like you don't really hear much about it in the news, but like yeah, like there are repercussions for some people for all this stuff. It's just not enough. It's not widespread enough. It's like the old person here and there that's getting sentenced for it. But the whole thing is a scam. But like a lot of directors of companies in the UK. I don't know about America and stuff, but like they're all doing it to reduce their
Yeah,
tax
definitely.
bills and stuff.
Well,
Like
half them aren't even
100%.
paying the tax at all. It puts all the tax
No,
cuts and
no,
legislation loopholes that they go
you'd
through.
be if you're rich, or like my mate works in the industry, and his whole job is just saving people tax through loopholes.
Yeah, I know,
That's
right?
not even meant to be his job. It's just a sideline of everything he does.
Yeah, it's expected, almost.
Yeah, no, 100%, and it's fucked. It's really fucked. But yeah, and then the average person has to pay tax on it and stuff. But
Yeah, I mean, it's literally rinse the poor, let the rich get away with fucking anything. As long as
I'm
you can
quite
pay for
lucky.
it.
I can with my new computer, I can obviously write that off
Oh,
the
yeah.
tax because it's for work.
Yeah.
Like even though
I wonder
I
if I
just
could
spend
do
a lot
that
of time.
technically. I don't use it for work, but I could say I'm using it for work. So I could be a Trump. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you know, so when me and Danny were talking about this with Jamie and Warren, they're obviously quite
oh,
pro-Tory and stuff.
yeah, Jamie. Me and Jamie had a bit of a argument once, and we fell out over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because I don't really want yeah, I don't really want to get into it, but he was just being very, very right wing, and
Yeah.
was quite insulting and stuff like that. And I was just trying to chat with him, and I was just like, I can't talk to you, mate. You're not talking to me. He was yelling at me. But
Yeah, they get quite into it.
Danny's still
I
here.
can't. I don't know. I can't remember what I was going to say about him. But yeah, I don't know. The world's really fucked.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see how things go, because obviously, as you said, things are inflating, all the prices, whatever, everything. Bank of England said that it's not going to be a massive recession, but the Bank of England said that it's not going to be as big as a recession as people think it's going to be, probably because they're getting fucking bailouts and shit. You hear about the Queen getting a massive payout from the taxpayers' money?
Yeah.
It's like fucking when they done Buckingham Palace like refurb, which was like, let's have a look, see how much that was.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, the problem is basically everyone's having money stolen against them just by.
What was it again? Sorry, I just hiccuped.
Like everyone's basically having the value of money stolen away from them at the moment as well. So like, yeah, people just are. People are going to struggle, and there's like literally no two ways about it. You've got to work doubly hard to protect people, and that's just not happening.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the rate of homelessness going up and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you had that that woman, that migrant woman, I think it was up north, who was found dead with a child, like, you know, over a body and stuff like that because of poverty. As well as, you know, oh, they've lost the fucking Grenfell files.
Mate,
how can you do that? How is that even possible?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
But
yeah, I think that's one of the worst, like, miscarriages of justice in our time.
It's ridiculous, and they still haven't. What was it? 114 other flats still have the same cladding, which is flammable.
Yeah, and there's like up in like Wales and stuff. There's like people living in flats that they can't sell them because the property developers basically built it.
Yeah.
Not exactly the same way, but in a dangerous way. And these people's flats are now like totally worthless. They can't sell them. They can't move. They can't do anything. They're just living in.
Well, that's all over England, isn't it? The amount of places that are you know, aren't being used, the amount of housing just being bought by rich people just as a property investment.
Yeah, well, I mean, to some degree, obviously it's not going to hurt the ultra rich, but like a lot of the people that are buying Airbnb houses to rent out, are going to be totally fucked over COVID. You know, like.
Yeah, but those people will be alright because they've got enough money to. They've got a house. You know, they've got all the other parts.
They've got enough to bounce back.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll say that, but it's the majority. Obviously, some will have just a modest amount. But
say that again.
There's a lot of people, obviously, who've just gone onto housing market or stuff like that, and that aren't as rich as the people that are really taking advantage of the situation would be. But it's crazy.
Like obviously, you know, I own a house. I don't particularly want property prices to go down, but I think they should. Honestly, like,
well, yeah, I mean, what's it? Out of
I really think they should.
The Tory government promised 200,000 houses, and they built 0 of them.
Yeah.
Just bring up the article. Yeah, Tories failed to build any of 2,000 starter homes promised in 2015, says Watchdog. Successive Conservative government have failed to deliver a single new starter home, despite promising to build 200,000 by 2020. party
So
joined the manifesto, which is pretty much bullshit, as we all know.
So I know someone who has been incredibly lucky with the government bailouts because they own a property company, and every house that they build basically becomes its own limited company.
Really?
Or like every set of houses. Yeah, and that's really common apparently. So basically,
It doesn't take that
they
much
have,
to designate it, does it, or
they
create a
have
business out of it?
businesses that have been, have 200-300 grand through them, so they're entitled to 500 to 50 grand loan.
Yeah.
For each business. Do you know what I mean? Which means that my mate, if he was taking the piss, which he's not, he could actually get like 250 grand in basically a free business loan from the government.
Yeah.
Which would basically, if you can't make 250 grand make profit with no risk, then you shouldn't be in business, kind of thing. But like a lot of people have massively profited from the government. There's been a massive movement of wealth from the poor to the rich. Well, the poor never really had it.
Well,
but
look at Dominic Cummings'
the rich
mates
have been getting richer, and the middle class have been getting poorer, basically.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to look for an article where one of Dominic Cummings' friends got a massive contract.
And one of the other things is that one of the government advisors on COVID has a massive investment in AstraZeneca, which is probably going to be one of the leading companies to produce a virus.
Oh, okay.
A vaccine.
Yeah.
And that doesn't go down well with conspiracy theorists either.
Well, yeah, I mean? This article it's from The Guardian. Like, as much as The Guardian might be quite biased in a lot of things, they do get it on the money quite a bit.
Yeah, it was a shame. It was a shame they didn't stick up for Assange.
Julian Assange. I know that shit's still going on. It's fucking ridiculous.
Because they obviously broke a lot of the stories with him.
Yeah, definitely. Do you hear Edward Snowden? He's actually apparently they've reviewed his case, and I believe I don't know if he's being pardoned or it's being dropped or something, but it's in the process, I think, of Edward Snowden not being extradited or whatever you want to call it.
I don't know if he'll ever come back.
Well,
I'd still be skeptical.
Well, I think one of the courts ruled that what he released was the NSA.
It was actually in the public interest.
Yeah, it was in the public interest.
Of course, it was.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this has gone on for fucking years now.
I would worry that they might get him here, get him back, and then basically find something else to do him for, or or something. I'd still be very cautious if I was him.
What is it? Chelsea Manning, the officer who leaked it to.
They put her back in prison.
WikiLeaks for Assange. Yeah, I think she's in jail at the moment. I don't know if she's out yet.
They basically released her and then.
Oh yeah, a couple of days. Yeah.
Under pretty similar things. Circumstances, but it was way more hush hush. So. Yeah.
Oh, 1 day ago. Oh, this one's about Julian Assange. Judge. Oh, hold up. Oh, fucking preferences. Always got to check to see if they're fucking trying to get your fucking devices. Of course, it's gonna take your devices into account. Legitimate interest. Google advertising products. Oh, okay, yeah, that's legitimate interest. Kickfire. No one knows what the fuck that is. Anyway, a judge to give verdict on Julian Assange extradition after Christmas. Judge Vanessa Barretzer said today that she would make a ruling in early January on whether WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange should be extradited to the US. Judge will decide January 2001 if WikiLeaks founder blah 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 should be extradited to face espionage and computer hacking charges. He didn't hack it; he's got leaked it himself. from Chelsea
Mm.
Manning. Have you seen the video as well from WikiLeaks? The one where they basically a gunship
Yeah. I'll
takes
just
out
tell
the
you what, man.
journalists.
Me and my oh man, I'm just playing. But me and my sister's boyfriend did an art piece on it. He did the main part of it. I did some cleanup on it. But
Oh yeah.
he took that video and did photogrammetry on it, and then created a 3D model of the environment for it.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was a really cool idea. Really cool idea. I'll see if I can find it.
As you're finding that, I'll just read this out. He's in Belmarsh prison. 49-year-old faces up to 175 years in prison following allegations by the US government that he played a role in one of the largest compromises of classified information in the history of the US. Well, yeah, it was war crimes. He had been indicted on 17 counts under the Espionage Act and 1 count under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. WikiLeaks founder have been fighting extradition since 2019 when Ecuador invoked his asylum status and was arrested after he carried out with the Ecuadorian embassy in London, which we all saw. Prosecution is political, obviously. His fiancée said that the fight for Julian's life, a fight of press for freedom, and a fight for truth. This case is already chilling press freedom. It is a frontal assault on journalism, on the public's right to know, and our ability to hold governments account, domestic and foreign, to account. So yeah, I don't know if it's looking that good for him at the moment.
Sorry, say that again. The last bit.
So it says here, WikiLeaks founder is being extradited for trial in the US over WikiLeaks publication. Tens of thousands of classified documents leaked by Chelsea Manning. Blah blah blah. The US government alleges that Assange purposely published thousands of documents containing the unredacted names of innocent people who risked their lives to provide information to the US and its allies. Blah blah blah. Motivated. Yeah, so it's saying that it's motivated by the Trump regime, which hopefully will end soon enough. Let's go on about his court, basically.
You know, the people that Joe Biden's meeting with are the people that really fucking hate Assange. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
a tough one.
I don't see how this is. Oh, hold up. I think someone's message. Yeah, cool. Thanks, and much appreciated. Thanks for stopping by. Cool. Yeah, we've got Ant's leaving us. He's gonna catch us next time round. Sorry, what were we talking about? It was obviously Assange and Edward Snowden.
Check this out.
Oh yeah.
So
you can Discord me.
Where's the Discord here? Oh, that's in the main lobby. I'll put it in here.
That's fine. I got it.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
Okay, so that is if you click on conscious colors.
Yeah, I'm on that now.
And this works. Scroll through the next ones.
Oh,
there's the next, previous, and next at the top.
Okay.
So next one.
Next one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think.
So it looks a bit.
If you just click next at the top.
Oh, this one there. Oh yeah. 1 of 4. Next one.
Yeah. So that there.
Yeah.
Do you recognise that from the video?
That's the van, isn't it? That's the and that's.
There's
kids in that van, wasn't there?
He took the video, the Apache footage from it, and then reconstructed it in 3D using photogrammetry. It's a really fucking neat idea.
Damn.
And then he 3D printed it, and I helped him clean up the 3D model.
Yeah, it looks
It's
definitely
a
it's an
fucking
art piece, isn't
awesome
it?
idea.
Yeah.
Hmm?
It's definitely an art piece.
Yeah. It was really impressive, really cool piece, and like getting the colours on it and stuff was.
Yeah, it's crazy
Yeah.
watching that shit. You know, it was apparently a journalist, wasn't it, who had a camera and they thought it was an AK.
Yeah. Well, I mean, literally that footage was like some of the strongest anti-war footage that could ever be.
Yeah. I
Do you
remember
know what I
watching
mean?
the other
It put a
day
halt
an
to it.
SAS soldier basically in a field with another soldier, and the son of a farmer just comes over, and this SAS guy just knocks him on the ground, and he's like, you know, don't shoot on the floor, and the SAS guy, you know, said, oh, do we need him or anything like that? And he's like, no, and just fucking put a bullet into him.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with anything, and it's just ridiculous. That shit goes
Well,
on every
there's
day.
there's a lot of stories that there's some dark shit that's never come out that our troops did,
Yeah, definitely.
like really dark shit, and lots of people, you know, lots of people killed and stuff. Like,
Yeah. Well, my uncle was in Kosovo, and he came back with extremely traumatic experiences, and it changed who he was. Like,
I mean, I can definitely imagine that. So some of the stories of
yeah, he said that he saw like, well, he didn't. The only time he actually spoke about something because he never wanted to talk about it.
Yeah.
But he said, yeah, he remember seeing like children getting like skinned alive and shit like that, like ridiculous, fucking horrible stuff.
Yeah.
Nightmarish stuff.
Yeah. No, 100%. And yeah, a lot of that was Christian forces against Muslims and stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
It's kind of very much glossed over in it's right on the doorstep of Europe. It is part of Europe, pretty much. You know?
Yeah. But, well, you don't see any of that shit stopping anytime soon, do you? Really? If anything, like, you know, it's only become more capable to take out people with the drones and shit like that, and firm with links to Gove and Cummings given from COVID-19 contract without open tender. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, but look at is it Whitty or the other guy? Look up government advisor has shares in AstraZeneca. It's one of the main guys, like Valance or Whitty.
In what's it called? Astra. What's the company called? Astra.
AstraZeneca. Astro. TRO.
Said.
Astro, and then Zeneca. Yeah.
Oh, AstraZeneca. Cool. Yeah, I see it. Shares and advertise over a breakthrough
I'm going to find something.
Is this the reason why they didn't take vaccines from like Germany and stuff like that? Because they wanted to capitalize on the vaccine production.
British companies doing it.
Yeah.
To some degree, yeah. Oh God, where was it? I had to search this up because my mate brought it up, and I didn't necessarily believe it, but let's find it. Yeah, Patrick Valance. So
Patrick Valance.
Yeah, he's one of the other government advisors, and he has
position.
he has 600,000, rumored to be £600,000 worth of shares in AstraZeneca, which will be probably the company that.
Yeah, there's something a couple of days ago.
Um,
No conflict over drug firm shares of Valence, says Matt Hancock.
Yeah, but he's got 600 quid worth of shares, and obviously, like, it's trading shit, and like, he's a medical scientist, like, who's probably fairly well off.
Oh,
So
the guy. The
so
one
the
that's been doing
chances
the
of him
briefs.
investing in a medical company are probably quite high, and
Yeah.
AstraZeneca is a huge medical company in the UK. And so it's probably not that unsurprising that someone like that would have shares in a field that he knows. But there is definitely a bit of a conflict of interest there at the same rate. But, you know, it's not really a surprise that the Tories are putting in people in charge that have vested interests. You know, they've done that in every field. So
It's all very seedy, isn't it?
It is.
Cool. All right.
And obviously, my friend's obviously, you know, well, anti-vax and mandatory vaccines and shit, and that does not help the situation to convince
definitely not.
them
Yeah.
against that. So, yeah.
Cool. I think we're gonna stop the stream here. Probably chat a bit more still though.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for stopping by, and yeah, subscribe if you want. If not, then the video will be up on YouTube, so you can just watch it if you'd like. Cool. Thanks everyone. Back again next Friday. Bye.